Hello my sweet friends and welcome to DIY with Nadia. On this channel you will find many step-by-step wreath tutorials, and I do deco mesh wreath and non-deco mesh wreaths, all kinds of beautiful elegant wreaths, centerpieces, and sometimes DIYs. Today's video is going to be a collection of 45 Christmas and winter wreaths. Some of them are deco mesh, non-deco mesh, and some of them are actually Dollar Tree Christmas wreaths that I took apart and actually redid, and those turned out so gorgeous. You could definitely use them as just wall decor or a wreath. Now let's get started. Here it is, my sweet friends. It's the star wreath form. It came out about Memorial Day to 4th of July at Dollar Tree, and you might still be able to find some, but if you don't, I'll give you a few links in the description box below. I found some on Etsy, I found some on Amazon, I found some at Walmart. The ones on Amazon are a little shorter. This one is 14.5, the one on Amazon is 12, but you get two. I decided to do a white star, and this is what it came out to be. And when I paint my wreath forms, I really take it easy. I just gave it one quick coat of this Rust-Oleum white and then just sealed it with some clear enamel. That's it. That's all I do for all my wreaths, whatever color I need them to be. So to start off with, we are using the Nadia method, and we're going to use 5 of these deco mesh rolls. Let's get to the basics here. I'm going to be using this Dollar Tree deco mesh that's 6 inches in width, 5 yards in length. We're going to be cutting our mesh into 12-inch strips, and that's going to make 15 bows per roll. Before we get started on the bows, I'm going to grab some chenille wires. These are a pack of 45 for $1 at the Dollar Tree. I think it's a great deal. So what I do is I cut these into 4-inch pieces. I also fold these in half, so then I just grab it and put it around my bow. Let's get started on our bows. I have my 12-inch strip right here, and since when you're cutting these, they kind of tend to roll onto themselves, I'm just going to walk it out from the inside until it's overlapping about inch and a half. Then I'm going to pinch both sides, and then just holding them straight, go down right in the center. With one hand, I will be holding on top right here. With the other one, I will be walking, kind of squeezing all of that in, bringing all that in, and walking it up. This is my smooth end, so I'm grabbing my pipe cleaner and just going over it and tightening it in the back, giving it 2 tight twists. So the cool part about these bows is the fraying stays on the inside of the bow on one side, and the other side we have on the outside, but we have it all tightened up. So when we turn around, there is going to be no fraying because it's all locked in with our pipe cleaner. And there you go, our first bow is done. Let's make another bow. I'm going to just walk it out from the inside until it's overlapping about 1.5 inches on both sides. Pinch it to hold it in place. Place it down straight in the center. I'm going to keep my left finger right on top, kind of locking it in so it doesn't move anywhere. From the bottom, I'm going to walk it up. Walk it up, walk it up. So here is my smooth end. I'm going to grab my pipe cleaner. There you go. And I kind of fold it in half so it's easier to twist. And I'm going to give it 2 tight twists, locking everything in place. I'm going to go ahead and finish making all our bows, and then we're going to start filling in the star. I have all my bows, and I decided to fill in the 2nd and the 3rd row because these are going to cover this row really easily. One section is done, and in each row I have 4 on the 2nd and 4 on the 3rd row, and I'm going to put the 5th right here on that tip. And what I'm going to do to make sure that it kind of sticks up is I'm going to put it through and then just loop it under any of the wires right here so it stays in place. And so I kind of locked it in place. It can't go anywhere because I put it through this center one and then just looped it right here. Here is the completed star. I used up 5.5 rolls of the white Deco mesh, and here is how I have it in the back. In each row in the middle I have 3 here, 3 here, and then in the corners, I have 1 each. So it's 1 in this connection, then 3 in the middle, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3. And this combo is going to work for the second and the third row. So in the third row, I have 1, 2, 3, and then fourth is here. And then right here also, and then 1, 2, 3, and then the tip again. I decided to decorate this with some picks from Walmart, and these are $1.48 each, and they're pretty, but I do not want to use this pine cone. Now you can rip it out of there, but if you don't want to rip it like I don't, because I want to make sure that it stays together, what you do is you just unscrew it, because these pine cones are held by this wire that's going around. Look at this. And I just remove the pine cone without hurting the actual pick. And then I'm just going to wrap this around. And I'm going to do the same thing with this one. You just untwist it and then just loosen it up. And there you go. And that way the greenery is intact and it's not going to move. And what I'm going to do, because it does have these little clips right here, is I'm going to put them like this. I'm going to clip it to one of the wires. As you can see, I clipped onto the second row right here. To hold it in place, you just wiggle it around. Deco mesh will do the job to keep it in place. Just a little bit here, a little bit there. Look at this. I'm shaking everything and it's staying in place. In the center of this, I'm going to bring in a little friend. There you go. I want it to look like this little owl is sitting on this beautiful branch full of berries. This owl is from Walmart. It's $1.98. So let me take the tags off first. And as you can see, this is an ornament. I'm going to remove this part also on here. And then I'm going to see where I want it to be. There you go. To attach it, I'm going to put a wire through the back. Like here's the side of my owl. It's going to go like this. And I'm just using an awl because this is all made of styrofoam. So I'm just making sure that it's not going to be noticeable. Now I'm grabbing a 20 gauge floral wire as I'm going to push back a little bit. And I'm going to stick it in there. There you go. And it went straight through. In the front, you can't see, but I know that my owl is going to be nice and secure. And now I'm just going to go around my greenery here to sit him in place. There you go. Going to go in the back, going to twist, and then I'm going to take one end and secure it to the star. I just twisted it right there. And then the other one, I'm going to do the same thing just on this side. And don't forget that all of this in the back, when you hang it, it's going to go back. The leftover piece of wire, I'm just going to put around my star, and I made a little loop right here to hang the wreath, or you can hang it straight by the actual wreath form. Bubble technique was originally started using 21-inch mesh, and when I realized how hard it was to get at the Dollar Tree, or impossible in some cases, I started doing this where I'm just going to use 3 different ones, and we're going to get the fullness of a 21-inch Deco mesh. I actually love this because you can choose colors you mix, and I just think it makes for a beautiful wreath. To get started, we're going to roll them out, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a white one on the inside, green in the middle, and then a white one on the outside. And when I roll them out, I make sure that they roll naturally, so they curve in instead of rolling out. Next, we have the green, and then we have the white. About an inch in, I'm going to start gathering it, and then I'm going to connect it on one of these connections, and I'm going to do that with a zip tie. I'm going to take my tail and I'm going to put it in between rows 2 and 3. And by the way I count my rows are 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then I'm going to go in and attach it right there at this little, what I call, intersection. And now it's time to make the loops. I'm going to be making 8-inch loops, and I use this board from the Dollar Tree because it has 8 inches right here. And it's kind of perfect. You can, of course, use whatever you want, but I do like using that one. And we already have the formation of the bubble because of the way we laid it out. So let's grab our 8 inches and then bring it in. And you can attach it to row 2 or 3. I decided to attach it to row 2. And this is going to be a little bit of a whimsical little wreath, but I think it's going to be beautiful. So I'm going to give it a few twists, and then I'm going to bring these to the back. Another 8 inches. All right, and here's one section complete. I'm done with my first 3 rows of the Deco mesh. In each section, I have 7 loops. Since this is the last loop for this Deco mesh, I'm going to connect it with a zip tie. Next, I'm going to lay out the next 3 rolls. We're going to bring it together. Because I ended this one on row 2, I'm going to go to row 3. That way we can have an unnoticeable transition. Here in the back, I'm going to overlap them just like this. And then we're going to move on, and you're not going to be able to see where one section ends and another one begins. And then I'm going to go back to row 2 and start attaching them. I already have 7 loops in this last section, but I have a little bit left over, so I'm going to use it anyway and make an extra loop. And since this is our last loop, let me go in the back here and show you what I'll be doing. And I am going to be using a zip tie. And now it's time to open my wreath up. The best way to start is to start from the inside going out. From the inside, I'm going to take the white and I'm going to push it down. I'm going to push it down. This will prevent fraying as you're separating them. And then I'm going to push it down again with the green and move the white to the side. And then the green one's going to be in the center. The white one's going to go on the inside, then the green one, and then this white one is going to go to the outside. And I'm just going to continue doing this throughout the whole wreath. And you already see a little bit of what this wreath is going to look like at the end. I'm going to continue doing this all the way around, and I'll be right back. All right, I am done fluffing out my wreath. I mean, we can continue playing with this to make sure it's the way we want it later. Not a big deal. It's not supposed to be even and all of that. It's just supposed to be all whimsical. So, on this beautiful green, what we're going to do is we're going to hot glue some of these pom-poms. The first thing I'm doing with my little pom-poms here is I'm separating all the white ones. Now it's time for our cute little gingerbread man and a woman. These are so adorable. I'm going to take the tags off super quick. And then I'm going to decorate these just a little bit. I'm going to start with the little gentleman. I'm going to hot glue some of these little green pom-poms onto his hat. How cute is that? And then I'm going to grab the lady gingerbread, and all I'm going to do is on her bow right here, I'm going to put a little center. There you go. I think that one will be perfect. I think it'll be so cute. There you go. I'm going to put them side by side. They're going to be holding hands. They're going to be so cute. Okay, so the way we're going to attach them is I'm going to grab a 20 gauge wire. This is the floral wire. And I'm going to set them up how I want them, and I want them to be like this. So we're going to go through the backs, and these 20 gauge, just gotta wiggle it in. There you go. And then we're gonna wiggle it out. Just going to flip them in here. And they are going to sit nice and tight. If you need to, you can also attach them on top. But I'm just going to grab my 20 gauge, wrap it around the wreath form right here. I'm just going on the first row. Same thing here. Now it's time to decorate the sides. This is optional, obviously, but I thought it would be so cute to have these little pom-poms on the green here and there. And I'm hot gluing them straight to the Deco mesh. Starting with the big ones, I'm going to spread those out and then work my way to the smaller ones. And then just these tiny ones here and there. And I just feel like these little things just add a little bit of cuteness to our little wreath here. I have been waiting to do this wreath this whole season. This little snowman has been staring at me. He is so adorable. And we are going to be using the Woodland method. All the supplies for today's wreath are from the Dollar Tree. We're starting with the metal wreath form. It's 14 inches in diameter. Then we are going to be using 6 rolls of Deco mesh. You're also going to need these chenille stems or pipe cleaners. And if you're going to cut them in half, you're going to need 24 of them. If you're going to cut them in thirds or 4 inches each here, you're going to need 16. These are from the Dollar Tree. They come in a pack of 45, so more than enough for a few wreaths. And our main guest of honor, of course, is our little snowman. And yes, I got this one from the Dollar Tree. Before we start cutting the mesh, let's go over the numbers. Each Deco mesh roll is 6 inches by 5 yards or 180 inches. If you take 180 divided by 22, that's the length of our strips, you're going to have 8 and a little bit of change left over. From each one of our mesh, we're going to get 8 strips or 8 ruffles, plus we're going to have 4 inches to play around with. Next, I'm going to be cutting my pipe cleaners, and I'm going to be doing them in thirds, and as I said, you can do them in thirds or in half. Then I'm going to grab my pipe cleaners and fold them in a little V shape. Now I'm grabbing my Deco mesh and I'm going to cut it into 22-inch strips. Now it's time to make our woodland ruffle. As you can see, my Deco mesh is rolling in naturally, and I'm just going to find the edge and start rolling it in at the end. Maybe you want to give 2, 3 little curls. You just want to make sure that that ending is nice and secure. I decided to give it 1 extra one just to make sure. Then grabbing our little clamp or our clothespin, just clamp it in the center. Turn it around and just put something heavy right there so it's easier to work with. On the other end, we're going to do the exact same thing. I'm just going to start rolling in a little curl, maybe twice, maybe 3 times. As soon as I have my curl, I'm just going to hold with my thumbs right here and start walking it in, kind of accordion style. Just bring it in, get rid of the weight. Keep on bringing it in. I'm going to turn it this way so the smooth end is right here. Grabbing my pipe cleaner, I'm going to bring it in. By this time, you're going to have about 1/2 inch to 1 inch right here because the way we brought it together because of the accordion style. So what I like to do is I'm going to put 2 fingers right here and I'm going to pull it up just like that and then give it 2 twists. And then all of a sudden you see this little ruffle just pop. And I think it's going to be so beautiful. Let's do another one. Starting with the edge, I'm going to make my first little curl. I'm going to go in 1, 2, and 3 times. Oops, I think I want to go 1 more on this one. It looked a little loose. All right, pinch in the middle right here or clamp. Turn it around, put something heavy so it's easier for you to work with. And then we're going to start the curls on this side. And I think that one looks good actually. 2 thumbs in the middle, and let's start walking it up. And if it's a little, you know, if you're not going in a straight line, don't you worry about that. That's why it's a ruffle. It's all right. As long as the ending right here that is centered, we're bringing into our thumbs. So the beginning and the end are in the center. So this is our top side. This is where we brought it together. So I'm going to pinch it right here and put it upside down. This is the smooth part right here. Pipe cleaner right there. And as you can see, it's pretty thick right here. So I'm going to grab it on this side. With this hand, I'm going to push it back and then twist it. And that's going to give it a nice secure little hold on there. And there you go, your perfect little ruffle. Now I have all my ruffles cut up and ready to go. This is the way I'm going to put them on my wreath form. In each section, there's going to be 8 ruffles. And I usually like to go in a zigzag instead of going row and then row, because I feel like when you're going in a zigzag, it kind of interlocks as you're going with each one, and it just gives a beautiful flow to your wreath. The nice thing about the Woodland method is it gives this fluffy kind of a wreath, and I think it just turns out so beautiful. Now, if you know me, you know I like my backs to be really pretty. After I twisted my first little ruffle on here, what I'm going to do is with the remaining tail, I'm going to fold it in half, and then I'm going to fold it back nice and clean. Now I'm going into row 2. And do you see what I mean? How it's fitting in? Now I can cover this little area with this one. Then row 3. And there you go. There's the first section all done. Look how fluffy and beautiful it is. I absolutely love how this wreath is coming out. Now I'm going to go and fix all the little back tails here. All right, it's all done. No scratching. All of the little endings are hidden in the back. And I'm going to go ahead and finish this whole wreath. And just look how fluffy it is. I'm very, very happy about how it's turning out. Now for the snowman. This is an extra step, but I feel like I need to secure the outside because it's brown and white and black and this, you know, brown on the outside. So one way I do that is I just colored the edges. So I got my white, black, and red here, and I'm just going to go on the outside where the black is and paint it black, and where it's white, white, and where it's red, we're going to do red. That way, no matter how somebody sees this wreath, from what angle, you're not going to be able to see this side, and it's going to look professional. It's not going to look like a little Dollar Tree sign. It's going to look good. And our snowman is all dry on the sides here. And I like to do this extra step because no matter how high or low your wreath is going to hang, this snowman is going to look good, professional, and it's not going to have that cheap cardboard on the side. Now grabbing 2 pipe cleaners, I'm going to fold them in half, but I'm going to do 2 fingers right here. I make this little kind of like a little seat. I'm going to turn it over. And here's the reason I do this little 2-finger thing right here. I put it on here and then cover with more hot glue. And trust me, this is going nowhere. And I'm going to do the same thing at the bottom. And I'm going to just put it in the middle and in this first one because I don't think I'm going to need it to be that thick. Now I'm going to grab a pipe cleaner and lay it just like this. And now I'm ready for my ribbon, and I'm going to be using this 2.5-inch red ribbon from the Dollar Tree. First thing I like to do is get rid of this folded end. And then I'm going to measure off 12 inches, so side to side, because it's 6 right here and then 6 inches right here. And I'm going to put that right in the middle. This is the part where we decide what kind of bow we're making. And I think we're not going to make anything too big. I want 5-inch loops, so 10 altogether. There you go, 5 this way. You know, I think it is on both sides. It is a double-sided ribbon. Yeah, so we don't have to twist anything on those double-sided ribbons, nothing. You just go in and out. So 5 inches, 5 inches. Then you can either do a buffalo check ribbon on top or this white grosgrain one. I'm going to go with the white grosgrain one just because there's so much buffalo check on the wreath. I want it to be nice and clean. I'm going to measure off 12 inches here, and we're going to do the same thing, except instead of 5 inches, we're going to go a little smaller to 4, maybe 3 even inches, maybe 3.5. There you go, that looks good. Let me peek right here where it is, 3.5. Making sure it's nice and even. Then I'm going to grab my pipe cleaner before I even take it out and just kind of hold it so it holds in place. And I'm going to take it out, move to the back, and give it 2 twists. My snowman right here, place him where I want them, and I want him to be a little lower than centered, to be in the bottom right corner right here. So I'm just going to attach him to the actual wreath form right now. When I'm attaching my signs, I tend to go really light, so I'm not attaching really too close. I'm just going to give it 2 twists right here, very kind of lightly, and then I'm going to go back and see where I want it. Then I'm going to go back right now and give it more twists. All right, so the reason I wanted my snowman to be a little lower right here is because the bow is going to go on top, and we kind of want to have a beautiful balance here. With the bow, figure out where you want it to be. I think that's about right here. And then attach it, and now just open up the bow. For the center of the bow, you can either grab a piece of red ribbon and put it around, or you can grab one of these little puff balls, and I'm going to grab the red one, and I'm just going to hot glue it to the center. It's going to look so darn cute. For the tails, I'm going to do little dovetails here, and then we're going to make a ribbon tail. So right here, halfway through, I'm going to fold it up, pinch it, put my fingers right underneath here, and pull it back. There you go. Same thing here. This is grosgrain ribbon, so you can't really do the banner tails with this one, but I am going to just cut it down a little bit and make dovetails on the ends. Today's very cute and simple candy cane wreath, we're going to need a candy cane wreath form from the Dollar Tree, 3 rolls of Deco mesh that is 6 inches by 5 yards, then some mesh tubings, and this is like an iridescent clear to a white, then some pipe cleaners and some sort of a measuring device. I'm going to be doing 8-inch loops, so I'm just going to be using this little board from the Dollar Tree. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cut my pipe cleaners into 3. These are 12 inches, so I cut them into 4-inch strips. The mesh tubing is really long and much longer than your rolls of Deco mesh. I'm going to find the beginning and the end. Now I'm going to unroll my Deco mesh. Next, I'm going to unroll and overlap my Deco mesh. Roll number 3. I'm going to give it about 1 inch, bring it together. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my candy cane upside down. It is rounded, that's the top, so right now it's going in, and you'll see why we need to do that in the beginning. And now I'm going to just zip tie it to my candy cane. You can also just use the pipe cleaner, but for my first loops, I just feel better when I zip tie them. And I forgot my tubing, so I'm just going to go ahead, grab another zip tie. I'm just putting my zip tie right next to the other one, putting my mesh tubing right there, and locking it in. It happens sometimes, guys. It happens sometimes. All right, now that we have everything, I'm going to turn my candy cane the right side up. Now my candy cane actually is, you know, rounded on top. My tubing, there's plenty of it. I'm not gonna make it loose, but I'm not going to be pulling it either. All right, let's measure our 8 inches right here. Gather it. Make our bubble, then grabbing a pipe cleaner, going to attach it to our candy cane wreath right here, and then we're ready to just start making loops. I'm attaching my loops to the second one. You could do it to the third one. It really doesn't matter. In the first section of our candy cane, I have 4 loops that I made, or 4 poofs, and then this one is our 5th one, so kind of 5 altogether in the first one. In this section right here, in the second section, even though it's the smallest section, I'm going to have 4 loops or bubbles because it turns right here. You want this area to be nice and full. I'm on my last loop, so before I do that, I just wanted to give you the numbers of the loops or the bubbles that I have on this wreath. So I have 5 including this one, then 4 in this little one, then 5, and then 5 that's going to include my last loop. And by the way, this is what's left pretty much. I'm going to do my last loop, and I'm going to attach it upside down, kind of like what we did with the first one. I got my 8 inches, and instead of attaching it on top, I'm going to bring it around, even give it a little bit more if you want, and then I'm going to zip tie it right there. Now that we have our candy cane, I'm going to go ahead and start opening all my bubbles up. And of course, I'm going to let my mesh tubing sit on top of that. When you do layered mesh like that, you don't want the edges to catch. So the way I do it is starting with the bottom layer, I push it down. I push it down and out. Down and out. There you go. And then I want my nicest mesh to be on top, so I'm going to push down and take the other one to the other side. My tubing right on top. I'm going to continue doing this all the way around. I'm going to grab this ribbon, and this is the one with the little trucks from the Dollar Tree. And I'm just going to make a simple 4-loop bow. We're going to put the ribbon kind of in the center of the wreath right here towards the top. I'm just measuring for my tail, and I'm just going to do a few loops and then another loop. Then I just kind of bring it together. We have 2 loops. Then find my center, bring it in, grabbing a pipe cleaner, making sure that's my center. 2 twists, measure out my tail here. Find the place where you want your bow to be. I'm just going to give it a few twists, and I don't lock it in until I feel that this bow's in a perfect place. I'm going to cut these on an angle, and it's curling in. I know it's not going to fray. Going to do the same thing on this side, and that's it. For the tails, I'm going to use the banner method, and what that means is going to do a little wave. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to fold this ribbon halfway through. I'm going to fold it up and pinch the corners. After I pinched my corners, I'm going to take these fingers right here, and I'm going to kind of push as I'm pulling it down. This way we're making a loop right here. So it's going to make a loop and this little ribbon, and it's going to be really pretty. It's going to give a little dimension, and it just looks really pretty. Once again, with my fingers right here, I'm kind of pushing it up and in, so I'm making a little loop right there. For the center of my bow, I decided to use a little flower. This is from the Dollar Tree, and as you can see, this is leftovers from last year. But I'm just going to take this little flower, and I'm going to hot glue it to the center right there. I'm going to cut this off a little bit, but not all the way to the end because I don't want it to fall apart. And just be really generous with my hot glue and put it in place. call this wreath a basic wreath because when you're starting to make deco mesh wreaths, especially the long 21-inch ones, this is a super easy method to do, and I'm going to go step by step. So here's what you're gonna need: a 21-inch deco mesh, 5 yards. You're going to need 2 of each ribbon. You can stick to just 2, so you're going to need 2 of these and 2 of these. And then I am going to put some gold in between because there is gold right here. And then I have a 14-inch wreath form from the Dollar Tree. Then some pipe cleaners, 2 zip ties, 1 for the beginning and 1 for the end. The first step is to set up our wreath form. I got my 18 pipe cleaners, and what we're going to do is we're going to put 3 per section. There's 6 sections on this wreath form, which means we're going to need 18 of these. Now 18 is going to be our magic number because we're going to need 18 pipe cleaners, and we're going to need 18 of each ribbon that we want to use for each bundle. We're going to be using 3 of these pipe cleaner per section. In section 1, I'm going to put a pipe cleaner on the first and second row, right in the middle. Some people hot glue it so it doesn't ride around, but we're going to have this wreath really full, so that's not going to be an issue. And here, as you can see, I'm putting the pipe cleaner on the 3rd and 4th row and just giving it 1 twist. So as you can see, there's nothing to get overwhelmed with all of these wires. You just need 1, 2, 3. That's it. 1 on the inside, 2 on the outside per section. And I'm just going to go ahead and fill each section with 3 of these pipe cleaners. If you're a beginner and you're a little overwhelmed by all of these, what I suggest is put all the inside ones kind of towards the inside of the wreath form and take all the outside ones and face them out like this. So that way you're not overwhelmed. So all my outsides are facing out, insides are facing in, and we're going to start with the inside ones. Some people like to start from the outside and work their way in. I like to start from inside and work my way out. Now let's open our deco mesh. And I have to admit that this is absolutely stunning. Look how gorgeous this deco mesh is. I'm just blown away that I got this for $1 from the Dollar Tree. Okay, so I'm going about 2 inches in, and I like to kind of keep it straight and walk my way up. I got my mesh right here. All right, I got about 2 inches in tail. I'm opening up my first pipe cleaner, and I am going to put it inside, but I am also going to zip tie it to that second row. Now this is for my own sanity. I want to make sure that it's nice and secure. I'm just using some wire cutters. Cut that off. And now we're going to start unrolling our deco mesh. For this one, I'm going to be making 9-inch loops. As you can see, my white right here, that is 8 inches. And then I'm going to add 1 more. So I'm starting with my gray right here, and I'm going to go up nice and taut, 9 inches. And then next, I'm going to go to the next one here. Bring it down. Keep it nice and tight and do 2 twists. There you go. Once again, starting with my gray, going down 8 inches. And then I'm going to go to the next one and just staying on that inside row until I go all the way around. Okay, here is my last loop. And I'm going right on top of my first one. There's my zip tie, and I'm going to go right on top, give it a beautiful 2 twists, and I cannot get over how gorgeous this is. I mean, honestly, you don't even have to add anything. Look at this. Just poof it out, and oh wow, Just so stunning. So next, we're going to go on these outside loops. We're going to keep it at 9 inches, just like we were doing. And it's going to be beautiful and poofy, going on the outside of my wreath form, going all the way around. I am on my last loop. So instead of going over here and kind of making it bulky, I'm just grabbing another piece of wire and I'm going to attach it right next to it. Not that I have it attached with a wire. I'm going to attach it with another zip tie, and then I'm going to cut off my tail. Okay, now I'm going to put my mesh on the side and work on the ribbon. As I said, our magic number is 18, which means I need 2 of each to go all the way around. And I'm going to cut all of these into 12 inches, but you know what? I tend to go 11-ish, kind of 11 and a half, just because we are talking about Dollar Tree here. And so this ribbon is kind of like vinyl a little bit. I think a rotary cutter would be good. And I'm just going to cut it at 11 inches. And then I'm going to do the same thing with the second one. This one's kind of vinyl on the back also. And I'm just going to stick to my 11 inches. But as I said, this is 9 feet, so you should be able to get 12 out of it. So next, I'm going to be cutting this gold one up. I'm going to measure the same 11 inches, and I'm just going back and forth here, and I'm going to cut this one with scissors. Okay, I have all my ribbon cut up. Isn't that beautiful? So now the next step here is to make little dovetails on everything, and I'm just going to sit back and make little dovetails on all the ribbon. Now it's time to make our 18 ribbon bundles. I'm going to start with my busiest print. Then I'm going to move on to this pretty little snowflake red. And then I'm going to finish it off in the center with a gold that's going to kind of balance off the gold that we have in here. It's fairly light, but it's going to look beautiful. Then I'm going to bring it in, bring it out, and I'm going to attach it. When I'm done with that, I'm going to push my pipe cleaners towards the back. And then here, I'm just going to twist them in place. And I'm just going to kind of fold it right there and tuck it in. And I'm going to continue doing this throughout all the 18 intersections here. And once again, you crisscross, gold on top, we're going to fold in and fold out. I'm going to finish up doing my ribbon bundles and attaching them to my wreath, but look at this, plain and already decorated. It's starting to look full. It's starting to look like a professional wreath, right? And as you guys know, I guarantee just to go step by step and you will be able to accomplish this. Look at that. All right, I will be right back. All the ribbon is on, and so our next step here is to finally do my favorite part, and it's to open up the actual deco mesh to make my little bubbles. And I just find the end on one side and kind of hold everything in my other hand and kind of pull it. Obviously not hard, just pull it to open it. After doing all of that, that is when I'm going to come back and grab my ribbon and just kind of put it the way I want it on the wreath, fluff it out, and then we're going to be all done. Today I'm going to be taking this snowman wreath form from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to be making a snowman wreath. We're going to start by doing the hat, and what I want to do is I want to make this part right here a little smaller, and I'm going to be using this tongue depressor as my little mark, just making the mark where to bend. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to grab these tongue depressors, and we're basically going to build up a hat. I just want it to be stronger. It's not necessary because we are going to put felt over it, but I just want that extra strength on it. And I'm going to start with this bottom one. Where the sticks are, that's going to be my front, and where the wire part is, this is going to be my back. So just keep in mind when you're positioning them to see which way you want your snowman to go. The first thing I'm going to do is cover this area, and this area is basically the width of a tongue depressor. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, instead of going right along the edge, I'm going to go in just a little bit, maybe 1/4 of an inch. And I'm just using a blade, and I'm just running a blade through. That's it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to give just a little bit of hot glue right there on the edges so I can pick it up. So what I'm doing is I'm literally just bringing the ends in, kind of folding them in, kind of like this is folded. Just fold them in and just bring them over. See how I have these bent right here? I'm gonna bring them over. And if you have anything sticking out, this is why you just use your little tongue depressor. A little bit of glue. And then I'm using my tongue depressor to push it in. And I'm going to do the same thing to this side. See, now we have nice and smooth edges. As you can see, it's sticking out right here a little bit, but don't worry, we're gonna have the mesh coming over here. And then this part is going to be covered by the second part, and then we're going to have a ribbon right here to smooth it out. And I'm going to give it just a little bit more so I can fold over. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to hot glue the edges right here. And so I'm going to hot glue right here. We're going to need these Deco mesh rolls from the Dollar Tree, along with some of these fuzzy sticks, or whatever you want to call them, chenille wires. I usually call them chenille wires. And these particular ones are from Michael's. I just had white ones from there. But Dollar Tree also has these. So I'm just going to take a few of these and cut them in 3. So we are using the bubble method. So I'm going to start from the middle, and then I'm going to make my way around. So what we're going to do is we're just going to bring some mesh together. Grab our chenille wire. And I'm going to twist it right at the crossing right here so it's nice and secure. Basically, we're going to put as many bubbles as we can until we don't see the wreath anymore. And we are going to be actually making really small loops here just because this is a snowman. This is not supposed to be super big. I'm going to be using 4-inch loops, and I always loop up. So the middle is up, and we're going to measure from where our chenille wire is to where I'm grabbing 1, 2, 3, 4 inches, grabbing it, bringing it in, grabbing another chenille wire, and I'm going to tie around both of these rings. Starting where our attachment is, we're going to measure 4 inches, loop in, grab a chenille wire, do the first twist on the Deco mesh, and then bring the loop in and tie right there. And as you can see, the wreath is already disappearing. I just made 3 loops. It's already disappearing. Once you started, make sure that your snowman hat, that this is the back where it needs to be, and that you're working from the front. I finished one section and I really packed it in. really tightly, so I made 24-inch loops. You could probably get away with 15, but I wanted this to be really full. So yeah, and look at this. You can't see the wire at all. And I'm just going to continue going around using the same thing, just 4 inches. Bring my little chenille, twist it, and then straight onto the wreath form. Starting a new roll, I just attached right here, the little tail right there. I'm going to push inside. Let me just push it back. So I'm just starting right there, and I'm going to measure off 4 inches. Tie it first on the Deco mesh, make my little loop, and then tie it to the actual wreath. Okay, now we come to this part, and don't forget that this part is pretty much covered, meaning the second ring is kind of attached right here. No worries, we are going to attach to the inner ring. So I have my first one, and just continue working like we were working. Okay, because it's hard to see your 4 inches with the hat. I measured that the hat is pretty much 4 inches, so that is how I'm going to measure. I'll just basically be measuring against the hat. I'm grabbing some of this ribbon from the Dollar Tree. I'm just going to hot glue it to the back. Okay, now that I have that glued, I have a piece of greenery from one of the Christmas bushels from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to just hot glue it right there on the corner right there, so it's sticking out of the hat. And then I'm going to cut another piece. Now I'm grabbing a tie. This is a garland tie from the Dollar Tree, because I do want some greenery there. You like to be here too. Now I have some berries. These are from one of the Dollar Tree picks. Drinking hot wine by the fire. And then I want to put a pine cone in the middle, and these are the Dollar Tree pine cones. And I'll just do this, but you know what? I think I want to frost it up. Some kind of love, my friend. I'll pray there you go. Just like that. Do you like to for the little arms, I got some sticks here, and I'm just going to cut down to see what would look best on here. It's just you and me tonight. I'll spend all these. And I'm actually going to follow exactly what they have here. And then 2 little ones right here, maybe something like this. Up in my arm, there's nobody at the door. You said I wish this will never be over. Darling, it's time for your present. Come over here. Now it is time to get out in the snow, lighting a light with you. Choirs will sing and the joy bells will ring. To get started, I'm going to use 3 of these rolls. This Deco mesh is fairly see-through, and as you can see, this is the one with the snow on it. And I am going to be using one of these 8-inch wreaths, and of course this is from the Dollar Tree. It comes in a set of 2, so the wreath itself is really costing you 50 cents only. Then you're going to need some of these pipe cleaners, and I'm actually going to cut them into 4 sections, which is fairly short. So they're going to be about 3 inches, and then I'm going to fold again. And then I'm going to take these and I'm going to fold them in a little V shape or U shape. I'm using pipe cleaners for this wreath just because it is cheaper and it's more economical, but you also can use these zip ties. I get them on Amazon. They are 6-inch long zip ties. I think I get them for a good deal, but I wanted to show you guys an option where it's more economical, and that's why I'm doing these. Next, I'm going to grab this little measuring board. This is from the Dollar Tree, and I need my little strips to be 9 inches. As you can see, this is 8 inches across, and and then there's 1/2 inch on each side. So this makes it a good 9 inches that you can just use. And I'm just going to wrap my mesh around my board here, and then we're just going to cut it. Now it's time for the petal. I like to kind of lay it down where it's curling up. Then you're going to choose either corner to corner this way or corner to corner that way. And you're going to bring the corners together, lay them flat. You're going to have this pyramid. Now this is going to be your inside. This is going to be where you actually twist your little wire right here. So we're going to start at the bottom here. And we're going to make our way up. And we're going to make kind of like little bunny ears. I keep it flat. And then I turn it. And then this is where I'm coming in with my pipe cleaner. And still kind of keeping it flat, I'm going to just move this to the side. Twist my pipe cleaner. And I have it, see? It's nice and flat. And then we're going to start putting it around the wreath. And it's going to be so pretty. Once again, choose whichever corner you want. I like to curl it up, corner to corner, lay it flat. This is your inside, this is your outside. Starting from the bottom, we are just going to gather it. Grab my little pipe cleaner. There you go. And I'm going to keep it flat and just kind of make it look like little bunny ears. Twist it right here. And there you go. And as you can see, the wire is more than enough here because all we're going to do is wrap it around a single one of these rows. So it's more than enough. All right, I'm going to make the rest of these and then we're going to come back and start putting them on our wreath. I have all my little bunny ears ready to go. We're going to call them the bunny ears because it's just so cute. All right, and if we use this outer row, here is the problem. You're going to have some wobblage here. So I actually like using the middle row or the second row, depending on the wreath you're using, second from the outside. And here I'm just going to give it a few twists. Then I'm going to fold this in half and just let it stay there. And as you can see, it kind of wobbles, but if anything, it'll wobble to the front. But we will take care of that. Let's go on and continue just putting these little guys on here. So next, we're going to fill in this middle section, and I'm going to use 2 packs of these. For that to happen, what I'm going to do is I'm going to zigzag these. I'm going to have 2 going up, 1 going down. Once again, 2 going up and out, 1 going down, and then so on and so forth. Later on, we're going to fluff them up and they're going to be fluffy. So do you see how this one is versus this one being kind of flat? So we are just basically adding more in and we're going to have one fluffy and beautiful green wreath. All right, with 2 of these cut up, you're going to have 7 for each section plus 1 left over. And just put it wherever you feel that it's going to fill up nicely. But I'm going to add 7 more, and then I'm going to continue doing that zigzag thing. So I have 1 at the bottom. So 1, the second one is going up. Our wreath is nice and zigzagged, but we're going to fluff this out a little bit later. First, I want to decorate it. Because it's so fluffy, putting a bow could be a little too much, but I wanted it to have a Christmas feel, and I'm going to be using these ornaments from the Dollar Tree. They come 12 pieces to a set. I'm only going to be using 5 just because I think 5 would look really nice, and I'm going to use the sparkly ones, not the matte ones. Because it's so busy, I feel like the sparkly ones will stand out a little more. And I like to lay them out approximately where I want them. And then I'm going to grab some chenille wires or pipe cleaners. Going to cut those in half, feed them through our little ornament here. Give it 1 twist. I'm not pulling my ornament all the way to the back. I'm going to pull it up about 1 inch from the actual row, and now I'm going to twist it in place. Because this is so fluffy, it's going to be nice, because if you put it too close, it's going to mess with the fluffiness, and you don't want that. You want the fluff to stay there. So about 1 inch from the actual rim, and I'm just going to continue going all the way around and attaching all of these. Oh my goodness, how easy was this wreath? And now I'm going to start pulling from the inside, and then we're going to be fluffing everything out. And then the ornament is 1 inch, as I said, from the actual wire. So we can definitely move it around. And this is just so pretty, so easy, so absolutely simple to make. And oh, I absolutely love how this little cutie came out. You do want to have a little bit of a, you know, a hole in the middle, so it actually looks like a wreath, you know. To hang the wreath, I'm going to be using this leftover pipe cleaner from when we were cutting the pipe cleaners for the little ornaments. And I wanted to hang with one of these being on top. So I'm just going to wrap it around right here. I'm going to twist and then twist down, twist it on each side to lock it in. And that is it. You have something to hang your wreath with. And as you can see, it's nice and neat in the back, and we are ready to hang it. So as I hung my wreath, I decided to add a little bit of lights, and these are just some LED lights, and all I did was just weave it throughout the wreath. You can see it right there, and I kind of zigzagged in and out. I'm holding my camera in my hand, so I'm sorry if it's a little shaky. And I'm just kind of taking my little end over here and just shoving it in. The actual battery pack I put inside. Of course, I'm going to attach it later on. All right, and now I wanted to show you with some windows closed here, how pretty this is with some lights. I think it's pretty either way, but I think it's pretty with the lights too. First thing I want to do is I want to shorten the rim of the hat. So I'm going to take it right here where the hat kind of ends, and this section right here, I'm going to fold it in half, and these fold fairly easy. I mean, I'm not Superman, I promise you. And I'm just doing it by hand. And I kind of twisted it and I went underneath a little bit. We're going to cover this section, so don't worry about it. If there's any flaking of the paint, flake it off, because we're going to paint this bottom section. So just like that. And I'm going to do the same thing here. So here's the little corner. I'm going to take half right there, about half. Just play it by ear. There you go. And bend it down. And not only do I bend it down, I want to bend it a little further back. There you go. And now it's starting to look a little bit more of a Santa hat. It's not as wide right here. Next, I want to shorten the hat. So here is the tip. Here is the second section. I'm going to take it in half right here and just bend it. And I know I'm making it look a little weird, but proportionally, it's starting to look more like a Santa hat. We know Santa's hat is red on top and white at the bottom, and this is just too dark if I'm using Deco mesh or even if I'm using felt to cover this area. I would still spray paint it or at least paint it. I'm going to spray paint it with Paint and Primer by Rust-Oleum. Just give it one coat. It's going to be fine because it is the background. It's not like it's going to be right in front of us. And then I'm going to seal it with this clear gloss by Krylon. And that's it. And I will be right back when this is done. Today we're using the Woodland Ruffle method, and we are going to use 2 to 3 of these rolls of Deco mesh. And I'm going to start by opening one up. And let's go over the numbers. So these rolls are 5 yards and we're going to cut strips of 22 inches. This will give us 8 of these strips per roll. All right, let's start doing the strips. Starting all the way at the edge, and I'm going down to 22 inches. Grabbing some white pipe cleaners, I'm going to cut these into 4-inch little strips. To get started on our ruffles, I'm going to need a pipe cleaner, the Deco mesh roll, something heavy, and a little clip or clothespin. These I get at the Dollar Tree. They come in a pack of 6. We're going to unroll it, but this time when I'm unrolling it, I want it to kind of naturally curl in. That's where I'm going to put my something heavy and push it up. Then on this end, I'm going to just let it naturally curl. And then I'm going to give it at least 3 little rolls. This is going to prevent the fraying. Then I'm going to clip this part. There you go. Switch that around. And then I'm going to start curling on this side. 1, 2, 3, and maybe 4. Now I'm just going to bring it together. Take my clip off. Grab my pipe cleaner, and right in the middle, I'm gonna give it 2 twists, and there you go. You got the ruffle, and you got all the fraying kind of hidden on the inside right there, and I got my first little ruffle. Let's make another ruffle. I'm going to put my scissors on one of the sides, and this is where it's curling up, and then I'm going to just push it back. On this side, I'm going to grab both sides and start rolling 3 to 4 little loops until you feel the fraying is taken care of. This is where I'm going to clip right in the middle and then turn it around. We don't need the heavy anymore because now we're going to do a few loops on this side. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That looks good. Now we just start bringing together with both hands. So it's coming together in the middle. And then just squish it all together. Grab your pipe cleaner. And then right here, I like to push it up to kind of poof it out. Give it 2 twists. And we're all done with our ruffle. Next, I want to make a little line right here. You can do this with wire. You can do this with whatever you want. I decided to do it with some pipe cleaners. So I'm grabbing 2 pipe cleaners and I'm going to twist them a little bit to make them stronger. And I'm just putting my pipe cleaner right there where the V is and right in the center. And I'm just going to twist this. There you go. Then a 3rd pipe cleaner. I'm going to make this even stronger. I'm going to go in the center, twist it. So I just connected it right here. And now I'm going to go on the back side. And then here I'm just going to go back to the front. And then twisting it. And look at this. This is so strong. And all I did was use 3 pipe cleaners. 2 pipe cleaners went horizontally. 1 went vertically to kind of seal this in place. And that's why I started by locking it in here. And then just going back and forth. And then just finishing off in the center. And there you go. Nice and strong. Now we have 3 rows. Now this is 2 rolls worth of ruffles, which means I have 16 ruffles right here. And I'm just going to start by putting the ruffles on the end and just kind of working my way inside. Okay, it's filling in nicely. All right, the bottom part is done. I'm going to show you what I did and how I arranged everything. Now, before I get started, the most important thing to remember is I did not put anything right here because this is the part that kind of goes up. And if you put any deco mesh here, it's going to make like this dome right here. And that's what you don't want. And that's the reason that I actually made this 3rd row in the middle here. You can do this any way you want, as many of these as you want. I ended up using almost 4 rolls, and I ended up using 14 puffs on each section here. Starting at the end, I put 3 on each side right here, so a total of 6 in this V section right there. Then I put 2 at the bottom here, and then 2 right here. I put 1 in this section right here, and 1 in this section right here, and 2 right here. So 2, 2, 2, and then 1, 1, 3, 3. This sounds a little complicated. Don't worry about it. Just put as many as you want right here. The only thing to remember is not to put any on this part that's kind of going towards the center on top. Everything else, just fill in however you want to. For this top part, we're going to be using one of these Dollar Tree Santa hats, and there's different colors. You could do whatever you want. And I'm going to grab my little tool to remove the seams. There's usually 2 of these that are holding the white part up. There you go. And I want to keep as much of this red as possible. So I'm just going to, look at this. It's Dollar Tree, so it's not like it's the strongest over here. But I'm going to grab this seam, and I'm just going to take this seam out. I'm telling you, it's not really the most secure seam in the world. So this really should be the easy part. Now I have this upside down. The first thing I did was I turned these little corners in a little bit, and then I'm going to put the hat on. You want to make sure that the seam is in the back. And what you can do is you could just hot glue it right there, but I'm going to give it an extra security kind of thing. I'm going to grab some floral wire, and this is the 26 gauge from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to put it through my hat right here. It goes in really easy, and then through this top portion right here. This is just to put it in place. Grabbing another piece, I'm going to, same thing, put it through. And I'm going about an inch in, I would say. And the reason I'm doing this is I want to make sure that this hat is as white as possible, because we want to make it look like Santa's hat, not a witch's hat. So it's kind of important to keep the sides right here as short as possible. Now that our hat is in place, I'm going to hot glue the edges right here. If you can't get any of the red right here and hot glue it, I would too. Grabbing another strand of the floral wire, going to put it through our hat. It's a 26 gauge wire, so we're going to be able to hide it even in the back. It's going to be fairly invisible. Topper is in place, and then grabbing a floral pick. This is from the Dollar Tree, and Dollar Tree has so many. Decided to go with this one. Grabbing my floral wire, I'm going to go right in the back in this middle section and twist it. Then I'm going to see where I want this to be. The greenery is what's going to make this look really pretty because of the red. We can attach it there later. But for now, let's just see where we need to attach it. And here, it's nice and secure in the back. A few twists. With my leftover pieces of wire, I'm going to secure this ending of the pick and secure that in place. Twist, twist, twist. And now the pick is secure right here at the end and in the middle. To hang my wreath, I grabbed my 26 gauge wire, cut off a long piece, and folded it in half. I'm going to feel the bar right here, and I'm going to kind of squeeze it with my fingers. There you go. But it was fairly easy to get it through. Just make sure you're in the center. And now I'm just going to twist my loop and then kind of face it the other way and twist it back. I basically went like this with the wire, so it kind of loops and holds it in place. Then turn it around and you have a hook. This is an absolutely beautiful wreath. Before we get started, let's go over the details on our deco mesh. So I am using 10-inch deco mesh, and it's 10 inches by 30 feet. We are going to be using 2 rolls of this mesh, and this is the mesh that doesn't have any foil threading on it. This mesh is pretty much the same thing as the Dollar Tree has, but it is 10 inches. I got this at Joann Fabrics, and I just wanted to show you. It's pretty much that same type of deco mesh. For pipe cleaners, I'm going to be just folding them in half, so they're going to be around 6 inches. In case you're wondering why I cut my pipe cleaners into 6 inches instead of the regular 4 for the Nadia method, is because this mesh is going to be a little bigger, the bows are going to be a little bigger, and we don't need to struggle. We just need things to go nice and easy for all of us, right? So after cutting my pipe cleaners into the 6-inch strips, I'm going to bend them in a little V. I just do this to make it easier when I bring my bows together. For the 10-inch mesh, I'm going to be cutting my deco mesh into 15-inch strips. Now it's time to make our no fray bows. I'm going to let my deco mesh roll onto itself naturally, and then just walk my fingers out until both sides or both endings are overlapping about 1.5 inches. Once I have that, I'm going to just hold my little tube up, and then I'm going to just set it down where the overlapping is smack in the middle. With my fingers on top, I'm just going to hold it there. With my thumb, I'm going to hold the center because we're working with a much wider bow. You want to make sure that that overlapping stays in its place. So now that I have it, starting from the I'm going to just start bringing it together from the bottom. Just coming up, and with my thumb, I'm just kind of helping it along. Now I'm going to use my pipe cleaner here and just lock it in on this side, 2 twists, and let's see what we got here. We have the top, the smooth end right here. We have all the fraying in the back. One side of this bow is right over here, and it is locked in with our pipe cleaner, and the other side is actually on the inside. So there's no fraying, it's staying nice and secure. I quickly wanted to show you the difference between the 2 size bows. This one is 6 inches by 12, and this one is 10 by 15. And as you can see, this one is pretty much double the size of our little deco mesh from the Dollar Tree. But that might just mean that we need less of it, and we're going to apply it to our wreath in a little bit of a different way. But this bow is so pretty and big. I absolutely love the big waves that you see in it, and of course 0 fraying is a huge plus. Let's make another one. I'm just going to walk it out until it's overlapping about 1.5 inches. I'm going to just hold it up and then bring it down so that the overlapping is right in the middle. With my thumb, I'm going to hold the overlapping in the center, and with this hand, I'm going to start bringing the bow together. Two twists in the back, and we have our bow. For this wreath, I'm going to be using the 14-inch metal wreath form from the Dollar Tree. Our 2 deco mesh rolls yielded 50 bows. We need 8 bows in each section. So 8 bows times 6 sections gives us 48 bows. So that means we have 2 bows left over where we can fill them in wherever we want. To attach the bow, you can either put it in row 2 or row 3. I'm going to be using row 2, and we're going to go all the way around. I got one section done and it's pretty full, and don't forget it's going to get filled on this side too, so it's going to come up like this. The reason I wanted to show you this wreath is to explain the reason why I'm only using one row to attach my bows on. I'm just using row 2 to attach versus when I'm doing the Dollar Tree Deco mesh that is 6 inches by 12 inch to make the Nadia method little bows. Here I go in a zigzag because the bows are much smaller. Because the bows are so big, we can just use one row, and I think it takes less time to make these bigger ones because you need a lot less of these than you do the other smaller ones. To decorate, you of course can do anything you want, but I decided to do the ribbon method here. And what I'm going to do first is grab 2 pipe cleaners, and I'm going to divide these into 4-inch strips because we are going to do 6 loops. And the best way to keep this even is have the loops be exactly 6, like we have the divisions on the wreath form. And so I decided to go with this ribbon from the Dollar Tree here. And the first thing we're going to do is grab one of our pipe cleaners, bring the little ribbon together, and tie it. Basically, this is going to get tied to the wreath form. This tail, we're just going to hide it in the back. Now I'm going to start measuring off 10 inches, and I'm just going to tie it off. And by the way, you do need 1 extra for the ending. All right, now that I have these, decide which way you want the wording to go. I prefer the wording to go towards the inside. And now I'm just going to find the divisions on my wreath form here and attach the ribbon straight to the middle row right here in between rows 2 and 3, and just twist it off in the back, fold the endings, and fold again so it's nice and neat. Find the second division and attach right there between rows 2 and 3. There you go, and I think this looks perfect. And so I'm going to go all the way around. Next, I'm grabbing some silver ornaments, and these come in a pack of 12 at the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to put them in between our little loops over here. I already put one Glam on, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put like a sparkly one and then a matte one, sparkly matte, sparkly matte. To attach, you can either use floral wire, or I have some of these pipe cleaners left over that were already cut up, and I'm attaching it to the same bar where our loops are attached. There you go, and just set it in place. It should hold really well. If you feel like it's not holding, you can always give a little dot of glue in between the ribbon right here and the ornament so it stays in place, but it should stay in place fairly well. Also, some of these ornaments right here, they don't hold that well, so give it a little bit of hot glue to attach and to make sure that it holds in place well. All right, and our wreath is all done. What do you think of this sweet little decor method? It's pretty simple, easy to do. And by the way, you can also put little poinsettias instead of the ornaments, but I opted to go with the ornaments. I thought it just looked very sleek. Started on this swag wreath using this 18-inch Christmas tree from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to remove this bottom part. And so the first thing I'm going to do is just open up the Christmas tree, making sure to pull all our branches to one side. I'm just pulling up my branches to the front because I want to paint them a little bit with white to make it look a little flocked. So I'm just getting a little piece of napkin, a very, very shabby brush, some chalk paint, and I'm just going to get that excess off so our paintbrush really just is quite on the dry end. And then I'm just going to start brushing it. Look what we have now, and it just turns into this kind of beautiful, more expensive looking swag. Now we're going to let this dry as we prepare everything we're going to put on our swag. For this swag, we're just doing one DIY, and it's very much optional. You don't have to do it. You can either use the buffalo check ribbon for this project, and by the way, this is the only time of the year that you can find actual buffalo check, so stock up for the whole year. Or you can use some fabric. I got this fabric at Hobby Lobby, and it was actually on clearance. I've been using it in a few projects on my channel, including a wreath. Something like this can go a long way if you can find it and if you love farmhouse. For this project, I'm going to be using these little 16-piece ornaments, and I have 5 left over from previous projects, so I'm going to be using these 5. They're going to be enough for the swag. And then I cut out these little squares, and I picked the bigger ones to match our ribbon. And just so you know how big it is, and it's about 3 by 3. I got my square and my ornament. I recommend bringing the corners together first. So just placing it in the center, and I'm going to bring up one corner and then the opposite side of that corner. I'm going to bring these sides. So let me just give it a little bit of hot glue right there. And then this part is going to go up, covering everything. Now I'm just cutting off the excess tails right here. And I'm going to be using some jute cord. And I'm just going to start by hot gluing the jute cord around the top of the ornament. There you go, a little bit of hot glue. Hot glue it in place. And here I'm leaving just a little bit of room. And I'm just grabbing some floral wire, putting it through the top. And I'm grabbing about 14 inches in total. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just twist the wire right there. And the reason I did that is because I'm using the thin floral wire from the Dollar Tree. And twisting it like this just makes it stronger and easier to work with. I'm going to continue the same thing and finish up these ornaments. And then we're going to start making our bow. We're just making a 6-loop bow. So I like the length of 12 inches. Don't forget, it's going to get poofy. This is just flat here. And so that means we're going to do 6 inches on each side. To measure our bow, I'm going to be using this ruler. It's 12 inches long. And since we are starting, which means this is where we're going to gather at 6 inches, you want to start at least 1 inch to 2 inches so we have somewhere to lock the tail in. I'm going to start at 4 right here. That way I'm giving myself 2 inches where we're going to bring the bow together. I have 3 loops right here, 3 loops right there. Now I'm going to look for my center. There's my 6 inches, and I'm going to go 2 inches further. So I'm going to go to 8. Find your center and just pinch it. I usually cut into the wires right here just to nick them, but this buffalo check is so delicate. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to squeeze it in no particular way. I'm going to put the wire around the bow to the back, make it nice and tight, and my back is basically where I ended with the tail. I'm going to give it 2 good twists. Now I'm bringing my wire up. I'm going to give it 1 twist on top just to kind of seal it in. And then I'm ready to do the next bow. On top of this bow, we're going to make another bow, and it's going to be this 2-inch Dollar Tree ribbon. I use the ruler a lot because I'm showing you what I'm doing, but honestly, you could do this freehand. Just make sure that you like, you know, how big you're making it, and then just go for it. So for me, I do want an 9-inch bow. We got 4.5, that's our center. I'm going up to 2.5 right here. This is wired ribbon, so this is going to be easy just to go around. There you go. 3 loops on both sides. All you have to remember is you do want these to overlap nicely so you have a nice secure bow. There's my center. And I'm going to just lay my bow with the ending facing down. Squeeze it in here. Bring it to the back. Wrap it around. Wrap it back around. And we're ready to attach it to our swag right here. To hang my wreath, we're going to put some jute cord right here. I'm just attaching a piece of jute cord to one side. Then I'm going to put some hot glue on the other side. And this is how we're going to hang our swag. Cut off the excess. Next, grabbing another piece of jute cord, starting from the top or the bottom, really up to you. We're going to wrap it around. And as you can see, I'm wrapping it higher than our finish over here just to make sure that it's secured, because that's pretty sharp right there at the edge. And I'm just going to go down right here, and this is what's going to keep this loop in place, and it's going nowhere. I'm really pulling it. Now it's time for the bow. And then whatever's excess, I'm going to just wrap it around. Now let's pull our bow apart. This is going to be hidden by one of these loops. The one thing you want to remember when decorating a swag, and this one is in that upside down teardrop shape, is first of all you want to work with largest to smallest, and then you want to work in a zigzag. So if I'm starting here with berries, I'm going to do berries, berries, berries. If I'm starting with an ornament, 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 ornament. And now I'm just laying things out kind of where I want them to be filled in. Okay, I'm liking the way that's starting out. So I'm going to just start hot gluing these berries in place. I think this one I'm just going to hot glue right there. There's a wire around this little cotton. I'm going to keep it on one twist, and then I'm going to put it through my bow, and I'm going to attach it to the actual stem right here, and it's going to be secured in place. I decided to brighten this up a little bit because I'm keeping it farmhouse, and we're really not bringing in any red or any fun colors into this. I decided to grab this fern, and this is one of my favorite things. It comes off so bad, but you know what? I don't care. I absolutely love working with this. I'm going to stick these in between here. Now ideally you want to do this before you start gluing berries on like I did over here, but I just felt like I needed them here now because it's just a little too empty. Yeah, make sure it's going the way that your Christmas tree is going here. Now that I have these where I want them, I'm going to go around and hot glue them in place. I'm going to bring in another bushel of berries. Now that I have my garland unraveled a little bit, what I'm going to do is this brown part, I'm going to kind of make a loop right there. Put the loop on the inside and like behind our branches. And then in the back, we can twist it around the branches. So it looks like these pine cones are floating here and there. This one I'm going to twist. See how easy these are to work with? They're fabulous. I want one right at the tip right there. So we're just going to twist it on. If we want to, we can add more wherever we need to. Okay, I know I want one at the tip right here, so I'm just gonna feed it through. Now that I know where I want them, I'm going to put them in place, and I'm just wiring them straight onto the greenery. Now I'm just going to make sure I have the bow the way that I want it to. So for this wreath, I kept it really natural. We have buffalo check, black and white, green, and then just, you know, browns and beiges.
For this wreath, I will be using this medium-sized Woodland wreath from the Dollar Tree. And all I'm doing is I'm grabbing some white chalk paint. You can use acrylic if that's all you have on hand. And I'm just going to give it one coat. This is just to brighten up the wreath. Once the wreath has dried, I'm going to grab this frosted fern from the Dollar Tree. And I absolutely love this. I get it every year. And every project you make, it makes it look very frosted, very wintry, very elegant and beautiful. My centerpiece is going to be to the middle left, kind of like at 9 o'clock. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to first start with the longer leaves. And I ended up using 3 of the longer branches on top and 3 of the longer branches on the bottom. And then with the little branches, I filled those in wherever there were spots that they would fit in. I ended up using up 2 bushels of the frosted fern. For my statement piece, I'm going to use this reindeer ornament from the Dollar Tree. And all I did was hot glue it in place and just held it down for a little bit. And then I gave it a little bit more of the hot glue from the back of the wreath. I felt like it was missing something. So what I did was I grabbed this little bushel of cotton and pine cones from the Dollar Tree and I cut off these white berries and just hot glued 2 on top and 2 at the bottom. And I felt like it balanced everything out and brought more of the white from the wreath into the decor on top. And that is all that I did for this simple winter wreath. To hang the wreath, I'm just attaching a 1/4 inch white ribbon to the top of the wreath and tying it in place. For this wreath, I'm going to be using the 9.8-inch foam wreath from the Dollar Tree and also 1.5 of this 15-foot garland that I also got at the Dollar Tree. To attach the garland to the wreath, I just looped it, twisted it in place, and just started wrapping my garland around the foam wreath. To keep the garland in place, I added some hot glue and grabbed another pack. And this is what was left from the second pack of the garland. Now I'm grabbing this ribbon that I got on clearance at Joann Fabric, and I'm going to make a simple shabby chic long tail bow. And I'm going to bring it together with a piece of wire. Just make sure it's long enough for you to wrap it around and just twist it in place. Next, I'm grabbing this Dollar Tree decorative filler. And all I'm doing here is grabbing little pine cones and I'm picking out the ones that have just a little bit more white so they stand out. And I'm just going to hot glue them all throughout the wreath. For the center of the bow, I grabbed a sweet little pine cone and just hot glued it to the center. This filler also had these sweet little berries, so I decided to unwrap them and just twisted them with the leftover wire from the bow. Just twisted them behind the bow and left them on top. And I feel like it added such a sweet little touch. When I was done with the wreath, I felt like some of the pine cones needed just a little bit more white to stand out against the green background. So I'm just grabbing some chalk paint and a little paintbrush, and I'm just going to dab some of the pine cones with the white paint, just a little bit. For this wreath, I'm starting with the 9.8 foam wreath form from the Dollar Tree. And also, in the party section of the Dollar Tree, you can find this metallic party streamer. And this is so perfect for any glam DIY or wreath. To attach my streamer to the wreath, I'm just going to lay it on a little bit of an angle and keeping it a little bit taut, I'm going to wrap it around my wreath form, hot gluing it in place as needed. Now I'm grabbing some of these silver glitter branches and these are from the Dollar Tree and I'm going to put 2 on each side, one a little further from the center and one a little closer. Next, I'm grabbing some gold floral wire that I got also at the Dollar Tree and I'm going to secure the branches in place. On top of the branches, I'm going to add some berries. And the reason I'm doing this is because these berries are very silver and they stand out very well against the gold background. And I'm just going to hot glue 1 bundle on the left and 1 bundle on the right, leaving a little space in between. For the center, I'm going to grab 3 of these poinsettia flowers and I'm just going to hot glue them in place, making sure that the center one stands out in the middle.
For this this new wreath form from the Dollar Tree, I am going to be using this ivory colored Deco mesh. It has little gold threads in it. And I did decide to give it a coat of some gold spray paint. And then, of course, I'm going to seal it with some acrylic coating. Now I'm going to prepare some pipe cleaners. I always cut them into 4-inch little strips. You don't need more than that. And then what I do is I make them into little V's. Now that I have my pipe cleaners, all I do is I just kind of find the middle and fold them into a little kind of V shape. It's just easier when you're making the bows. Now for our Deco mesh. I'm going to be using a 6-inch Deco mesh that's by 5 yards. And if you divide it into 12-inch pieces, you should get 15 pieces out of each roll. I'm going to start with 4 rolls. Before I start cutting it up, I wanted to show you what I look for in Deco mesh rolls. I look for a nice even roll like this. That doesn't always happen because you're looking for a certain color sometimes. But if you can, just pay attention to the edges right here to make sure you have a beautiful roll. That way it's just going to make it easier for you. So I'm going to start cutting these into little 12-inch strips. I'm using a rotary cutter. You can use scissors, whatever you have on hand, but a rotary cutter here is it's just so much easier. Now it's time to start making our bows. I'm going to keep my Deco mesh looped just like it is, and I'm going to kind of just walk it out and open it until it's overlapping about 1.5 inches. So 1 inch to maximum of 2 inches, but don't forget, when you get closer to 2, you're really taking away from the size of the bow. I'm going to hold it on top, hold it at the bottom, and I'm just going to bring it down. And then with one hand, I'm going to be holding right here. With my thumb right here, I'm just going to be holding to make sure that it holds, the overlapping stays in place kind of. And then now from the bottom, I'm going to start making my way up. There you go. When I get to the top, I'm grabbing one of my pipe cleaners, and it's kind of easy when it's in a V, and just put it right around. And I just fold the bow really quickly and then twist, 2-3 twists, and there you go. Our first bow is done. Let's make another bow. And by the way, Leo is here to monitor me to make sure I'm doing everything correctly and to say hello to all of you. I'm overlapping about 1.5 inches here, holding top and bottom, bringing it down. From the bottom, I'm going to start walking it up. With my thumb, I'm holding to make sure that everything stays nice and even. There you go. And this is the smooth end. This is the back end of when we were making the bow. Bring our V in over here, our pipe cleaner. There you go. 2 twists. And now let's look at our fraying in this little bow. Some of the fraying is here in the back, and you can hardly see it. It's nice and sealed kind of in the back here. The other part of the fraying is inside the bow. So it's hidden and it's secured. Here you can tell a little bit. But it's hidden and there should be no fraying. It's all held up over here. When I bend it, you can actually see the edging, but it's all locked in. Now it's time to start filling in the bell. And I'm going to start by filling in the top row. And I'm just going to put it around both of these. Or you could put around one of them. It really doesn't matter. So I'm going to fill in these 3 areas right here. Then we're going to assess the bell to see what it looks like to figure out what we want to do at this bottom portion right here. And I'm just putting the bows on there and giving it a few twists and then hiding the pipe cleaner behind our little bow right here so it doesn't scratch. I am done with row number 1, and there's 11 altogether in this row. Now I'm going to start on row number 2. I have 3 rows done right here. And so we come to this area right here. what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill in this middle area, and I'm going to fill it in nice and tight. If I feel like I need to fill in over here, we can just add a few right there where it kind of expands, because this actually, do you see how it goes at the bottom? It goes up and down. So once we start putting the bows on, it should cover some of this, but I'm sure there will be a little bit of space. We'll see how that goes. And then if we have to, we'll just, you know, fit more in. I'm thinking I might use anywhere from 15 to 17. From the top to rows, we have 8 left over because it's only 11 from a 15 bow roll. And then here we have 14 out of 15. So we have like 9 left over that we can either put right there. So 4 rolls of Deco mesh seems to be like the magic number for this wreath. And I'm glad, because if you're gonna keep it at that, this wreath is going to cost you $5. And then if you decorate with something you already have on hand, that's even going to go further. So I think this is going to be one of those economical and beautiful, beautiful wreaths. By the way, when you have a bow like this, where you know, even if you squish it together, you see the middle, all you have to do is just open them up and move one of the other bows, overlap them, like this. That way you just cover the area up, move this to the side, and keep on going. All right, and here is our bell. I have 11, 11, 14, and then 18 in this bottom row right here. I'm going to fill in right here at the top with some of the ones I have left, and I have 5 left. And I'm just going to fill in on top. I'm not trying to fill in too much because I do want to decorate it on top just a little bit. But you do need to fill it in to keep the shape. And there you go. It's a bell shape, nice and full. Now it's time to decorate it a little bit. For the bell at the bottom, I'm going to be using this little ornament from the Dollar Tree. And the first thing I'm going to do is take the decor off. I'm just grabbing little clamps that I have. For the paints I will be using, I'm going to be first going in with a darker metallic color. This one is called Rich Espresso, and it's by Dazzling Metallics. And then by Faux, I have this brushed gold, which is a lighter color. Don't forget, this part right here is going to be covered and not shown. And so first I'm going to do the edge, and it's going to look sloppy. Don't worry about it, we'll fix that. This is just to get to the edge right here. And then from here I'm going to work down and up. Okay, this dried. I'm going in with coat number 2. Now I'm grabbing a shabby brush, and I'm going in for the lighter gold, because I want some of that dark to still peek through. And our bell is all done. For the bow, we're going to make one we haven't actually made on this channel. And I'm going to be using a recycled ribbon. It's a velvet ribbon on one side, and it has this gold on the other side. And of course, Dollar Tree has some red ribbon, which you can use for this, but I really wanted to use this velvet one. As you can see, I got a piece of floral wire cut off. This is from the Dollar Tree, of course. And now we're going to start on the bow. We're going to make a simple bow today, but it's going to be a little different. The tail and the actual loops are going to be separate. So first, I'm going to gather my tail just like this, and in the meantime I'm just going to clip it. Just let it sit there. For the tail, I'm not going to do measurements because you can make them as long or as short as you want, but mine right here in particular, this one is going to be about 11 to 12 inches in length. And now for our loops. I'm grabbing a piece that's 20 inches in length. Then I'm going to come around and overlap it 1.5 to 2 inches. You don't want to be too skimpy on this part. After I've done that, I find my center and I bring it in. Next, we're going to squish it together, and I'm just going to make little accordion kind of creases right here, just back and forth, Let's straighten this out. And then I'm going to grab my wire and I'm going to tighten it. Grabbing another 20-inch piece, I'm going to overlap it just the same. Find my center, bring it in. That's pretty even. And now I'm going to start making my accordion. So up and down, and then straighten it out. And then I'm going to place it next to it and grab one of the wires and wrap it around tightly one way. Grab the other one, tighten around the other way. And now I'm going to bring in my tail and then put the wire around that. Nice and tight there. And then the other wire going the other way. Tighten it up and start twisting it. Now I'm just going to grab another piece and put it around the center to cover that area up. And I left the wire long enough so I can wrap it around whatever I want. Now I'm bringing in my bell and I'm going to put the bow on top of my bell. I'm going to attach it to the little loop where the little loops overlap right here and just twist it in place. And then there you go, there's the bow on top. And then at the bottom, we're going to add our little bell that we did. And you can either use a zip tie or you can use whatever you have on hand. I'm actually going to use one of the leftover pipe cleaners. As you can see, I'm not attaching it to the hoop right here because with these wreath forms, I don't always trust them. That's why when I attached here, I also attached to the bar, to the actual structure, just to make sure that it's nice and safe there. And there you go. We have our bell and we have our beautiful bow.
I'm going to start this wreath using this 14-inch metal wreath form from the Dollar Tree and also 3 packs of the 9-feet Dollar Tree garland. And the cool thing about this silver garland is it has a wire going through the center of it. So as you can see in the beginning, I'm just zigzagging it back and forth just twice between the layers of the wreath and just twisting the end in place. And then the remaining garland, I'm just wrapping around my wreath. Each garland will be enough for 2 sections of this wreath form. And since we have 6 sections, you will need all 3 garlands. When I'm done wrapping it around, I'm just going to do the same thing at the end, zigzag it back and forth, and it will stay in place because of the wire that's in the garland. And here is my wreath covered in garland all the way around. And now I'm grabbing 3 of these Christmas trees that I got from the Dollar Tree. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hot glue them to the back of the wreath. So make sure to flip your wreath at this point. Grabbing my first Christmas tree, I'm going to bend the base over and hot glue it in place. And then for my second and third Christmas tree that are going to go on the side of that center one, I'm going to bend it down on the base of the tree and then back up, making a little bit of a wire loop. But this will also shorten the tree and will give us that little forest effect. After my base is in place and hot glued, it's time to start hot gluing the Christmas trees to our wreath form. The first one is going to be in the center, and I just spread some of my tinsel around to fit it in. And the second and third are going to go on the left and the right next to it. And as you can see, they are a little lower because of the loop that we made with the wire. Next, I'm grabbing some chenille wires or pipe cleaners. And these are just silver pipe cleaners from the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to give it a little bit of support from the back. I also made sure that 3 of my Christmas trees were in one section. That way when I'm putting the chenille wire on, I'm attaching my pipe cleaners where the sections begin and end. And that way the pipe cleaners are in place and so are the Christmas trees. And that is it for this beautiful and super simple wreath.
Let's get started on this wreath. We are doing the candy cane wreath today. Usually on a 14-inch or Dollar Tree wreath, I use 6 of these Dollar Tree Deco meshes. And I don't think that I'm going to need more for this candy cane. I think we can definitely make it work, and it's going to be nice and full. So here's the first thing that we're going to do. We need to cut up all of these pieces of mesh here. So I like to cut my mesh anywhere from 6 to 7 inches. Now that I have my Deco mesh all cut up, it's time to make my little bundles. And the bundles are usually a set of 3. And because we are only using 2 styles of Deco mesh, it's going to be red, red, white, and white, white, red. And so what I do is I separate them into 2 different containers. As you see, I already made a few. And I'll tell you this, you guys, it took me about 2 hours, like really, really slow. I was actually in a Zoom meeting doing these, and I was just sitting there and doing them like a slow pace. It took me 2 hours to bring all the bundles together and cut these little guys up. You're going to need chenille wires. Some people cut them in half. Some people cut them in 3. I cut them in 3. I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's enough wire to bring it together and then put it on your wreath. All right, so here's how I do. I usually grab 3 of each color, and then I make 2 white, 1 red, and then 2 red and 1 white. And then I just make them, and I just let it curl up naturally. Just let it curl up, and I'll throw my scissors on top, and then I'm going to do the white one. Put it across like this, and then the last one. There you go. And I like to have a nice crisscross with the contrasting color in the middle. And now I'm just going to bring it together and really just a tight little squeeze right there, and that's it. That's all you do. And this is plenty to put on your wreath, because you're just gonna put it on and twist it. So that goes in the red. Then let me make my white. All right, we are going to be putting our little bundles on the 2nd and 3rd, so on the 2 middle rows. I'm going to start at the bottom, and I'm going to start with the inside row. And I'm just going to be going in and out using my 2 different bundles. Twisting them in the back. That's all I'm doing right now, is just twisting them. Since I started with white, white, red, on this part I'm going to start with red, red, white. All right, I did 8 in this one section. So 4 on one row, 4 in another, and it looks pretty solid. And I'll just continue going all the way around, having 4 on each little section. Obviously here it's going to be a little bit more. This section is a little wider. This is what we have so far. Look how thick this is. Very thick and beautiful. Okay, so we've been going 8 per section. So 4 per each little row right here, because we're only using the 2 inner rows. Here I only have 3 in here in this little groove in the center, or the one that's closer to the center. And here I have 6, because I'm kind of coming to the end of my little bundles. I'm going to start from this end and go this way, because it could just squeeze in here and it'll be okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 8 here, and then basically the remaining in this section. I finished up what I had in this section right here. This thing is humongous, absolutely humongous. Now I'm just going to trim it up to make sure there's nothing hanging, you know, like loose little threads like this, and then we are going to decorate it a little bit. We are going to make a little centerpiece right here for our little mesh candy cane. I'm going to just grab a piece of felt, and this one I believe is from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to make a circle. Now I'm grabbing my grosgrain ribbon from the Dollar Tree, which I absolutely love, and I'm going to measure of 8 inches. And I'm going to just go back and forth So I'm going to make kind of like little petals with these. I don't know how many I'm going to use, so to start off, I'll maybe do 6. So we're going to bring our little ribbon together, and this part needs to be facing inside. So, do you see what I mean? The petal is inside, and there's your outside. Now I'm going to just start hot gluing them onto my felt. I'm just hot gluing it straight onto my Deco mesh. It'll hold it. And then this, I'm thinking somewhere around there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put hot glue on top and hot glue it to the bottom of my red piece of felt. I think it's time to display this baby. This wreath, I'm going to be using the willow wreath, and this one is 12 inches. They do come in 2 different sizes. They come in 9-inch and 12-inch, and I'm going to be using the bigger one. Because this wreath is going to be very elegant, I wanted to spray paint the wreath white. So I gave it 2 coats of this Rust-Oleum paint and primer, and 1 coat of this acrylic coating, and this is by Krylon. It doesn't matter really what you use, what company or whatnot. I used gloss because that's what I had on hand. You don't have to, you could do matte. It's still going to end up very elegant and beautiful, and all we need is just a beautiful white layer. And here is how my wreath looks painted and covered in the acrylic coating. Now I'm going to grab some ornaments, and what I'm going to do is I am going to give them 1 coat of chalk paint. Next, I'm grabbing 5 medium ornaments from the Dollar Tree. These are gold, but we're actually going to paint them white. And now I'm going to grab my rose gold. This is by Craft Smart, and I only paid $1.99 for it at Michael's. I think this is not bad for some really pretty paint here. And of course, this is metallic paint. I'm going to grab one of my clamps here. Look how pretty that is turning out. At this point, I try to go a certain way, either up and down or sideways. I'm done with the first coat, but it's kind of like, you know how when you're doing your nails and you just did 1 coat, you need the second one for the actual color to stand out and to look really pretty. So that is what I'm going to do next. All right, what a difference a second coat makes, right? So I'm going to finish up giving the rest of these a second coat, but look at this. It just looks beautiful, and it's ready to go on our wreath. Now it's time to warm up the glue guns and put this wreath together. I'm going to start with these branches. They are this kind of faint pink, but their whole purpose is to give a little shimmer to this wreath. It's not necessarily to be pink kind of in your face. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see where these branches end and begin. Let's see here. I'm going to layer 3 on top of each other, and I'm going to bend them. My wreath is going to be 2/3 full, and then there you go. I'm just going to start pushing them in between the little wooden pieces here, and then we're going to hot glue these later. 3 branches on top, and then I'm going to grab 1 branch from another one, and I'm going to do 3 branches on the bottom. There you go. Very light, very faint. Next, I'm going to bring my favorite fern in here, and this is the frosted fern. I already took one apart, so it's a little quicker for us here. But basically, we're going to start with these long ones, and you might need maybe 2 to 3 of these, depending on how much you fill and also depending on how big of a wreath form you're going to have. And this first one, I am going to hot glue this one in place. When you're putting wreaths like this together, you work with greenery first and then you bring in the flowers, unless the flowers are really big. And in this case, they are, comparing to this form. I'm bringing in these poinsettias for them. They usually come 4 on one of the stems. So we're going to use up 1 poinsettia, there you go, and then 2 more. All right, I'm going to hot glue more of the greenery. All right, and these are frosted. So I'm going to start with the most frosted one and put in the center, which is right there. And I'm going to place it first, because there's a plasticky part right here. I want it to go in between the vines here, and then drop some hot glue in the back. It looks like I'm going to bring in 1 more, and I'm just going to go around and hot glue them in place. Now the ornaments. Since we have the big elements in, I'm going to start bringing in these berries, and you can bring in maybe white berries, but I'm going to bring in pink, even though it's a little bit of contrast, because it's a little bit of contrast, and because we still have these, and this is going to be our white, kind of to balance everything off at the end. And as you can see with my ornaments, I went in a zigzag. With my berries, I'm going to go on the opposite side of the ornament. So my ornament here, berry here, ornament here, berry here, and of course, same thing here. And then with the berries, I'm also going to put a bundle on top. Now I'm going to grab my ferns that are the short little pieces, and I'm going to start filling in all around, starting from the top, and just kind of work it in throughout the whole wreath. Our wreath is pretty complete. Now I'm just going to go right here where we have all this kind of mess going on, and just tuck in the very ends here and there so they're held in place. This side is already just nice and neat. This one's still sticking out. If you like it sticking out like that, then that's fine. Then just leave it alone. But I just wanted it to be just a little bit on the neater side. To hang the wreath, I'm going to use this sheer white ribbon. I usually try to go in between the willow branches here if I can find a way in. With a letter opener, I kind of made way here, and then I'm just going to stick my ribbon right next to it and then cut it, loop it. Now I just knotted it together, and the knot I'm going to just move to the back, and that's it. And there you go, we have a way to hang it, and you have a beautiful pink glam wintry wreath. Today's wreath, I'm starting with these kind of sad looking white wreaths. These are from the Dollar Tree, and of course they come in green also. This one looks like they probably had it from last year or something. It's kind of getting rusty. But what I'm going to do first is I'm going to pull all of these up, and I'm going to do that to both of these. The one that's going to be at the bottom, I'm opening these up and making sure they're just to the side so I can overlay this one on top of it. And then, so this one's going on top, those just can stay up. Okay, now I'm going to overlay the top one over the bottom one. And then in a few places, I'm going to bring 2 of these bottom ones. These are both from the bottom one. Give it a twist, or even 2 to lock it in place. I like doing it in 4 spots. I'll do it left, right, top, and bottom. Look at this, our wreath looks really nice and full. I mean, it does look like it's having a bad hair day, but we are going to fix that. We're going to start with this decorative mesh, and this is just a Dollar Tree 6" by 5 yards mesh. And when I start these, I'm going to go about 1 inch in and just gather. And you could just start over here and like twist it in place, but since it's the first loop, I am going to just grab a piece of some pipe cleaner, and this is a 4-inch piece of pipe cleaner. Twist it, make sure it's nice and tight, and then I'm just going to attach it somewhere on the wreath form. And just any of the tail, kind of hide it in the back or whatnot. And now we're going to start making loops. Now that we have it attached, you can do this by eye or you can measure it to, I'm going to do it 8 inches. I kind of want this fluffy, you know, fluff it out. And then just grab 2 of these and just kind of twist them so this stays in place. Another 8 inches. I went around once, and now I'm going to go again one more time. So if you're doing this with a 10-inch mesh maybe, you won't have to do this, but I want this to look a little fuller. I want my red little lines to stand out. So I'm just going to go right in those places, and I'm really going by eye right now because I don't need to measure. I pretty much know, you know, where I'm going. The reason you might want to measure in the first round is just so your loops are pretty symmetrical. And so this is a really easy wreath to do, maybe with family members who are not so crafty. This is just so easy. You just play around, and it's going to be a fun little Christmas wreath. I'm going to do the same thing. I want to make sure that this is going to be secured in place. So I'm just going to grab a 4-inch little pipe cleaner. And this is just left over from my wreath making, the Nadia method ones where I cut all of these into 4-inch little strips. So put it around. With the tail, just make sure it's hidden underneath right there. Bam. It's disappeared. For our decorations, we are really going to keep it simple. First, we need to count how many of them we need. So I'm going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And what I'm going to be using are these white ornaments from the Dollar Tree. So 3 sets of those. Then I'm going to be using these. Let me see. I don't know what size they are, but they look like they're 2.5 inches in width. Then these, because my silver ones, I don't have them all sparkly, so if I'm going to be using a red sparkly, I'm going to use a matte silver one, or if it's a matte red, I'm going to use the sparkly silver and the white. And what we're gonna have is we're going to have kind of like little, almost like a little Mickey Mouse deal going on over here. Next, I'm grabbing 6 12-inch pipe cleaners. And of course, I chose white because our wreath is white. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make little clusters. So on my pipe cleaners, I'm going to have a white one, a silver one, and of course, if I have a silver matte one, I'm going to take a sparkly red one. And I'm going to make a little cluster and twist once. You don't need to do more than that. And now for the fun part, we're just going to put the clusters in between our loops. And here you can decide whether you want the big one to be on the outside or on the inside. So I'm going to give it 2 twists, and because you are going to have quite a bit left over, I'm going to fold it in half, then in half again, and then just fold it down. I promised you a gorgeous and easy wreath. What do you think? Now, you can definitely leave it like this, and I actually would. But if you want, you could do a centerpiece right in the middle. And of course, I do like giving you guys certain ideas here. This is a poinsettia from the Dollar Tree. If you would like something like this would look kind of pretty. It's white, matches with the white, kind of balances all of that off right there. Another option is a snowflake. This is an ornament from the Dollar Tree. Something like this, and the silver plays along with the silver ornaments really nicely. Now I'm going to take a bit of a cute route here. I'm going to use this little Santa ornament just because I think it just kind of just works together. Has the red, the white, and it has little silver berries right there. And I just thought it would be so darn cute. Since these wreaths are kind of on the smaller side, we're going to use a 12-inch pipe cleaner to attach it. And I just went and took off, you know, right there. I just cut really close, you know, without cutting the actual seam. And there you go. I'm grabbing a 12-inch pipe cleaner, as I said. I am going to find the center to make sure I attach it in the center here. I'm just giving it a juicy layer of some hot glue, putting our pipe cleaner on there. Another layer of hot glue to seal it in place, and we're going to let it cool. Look at this, our bed here, they turned into something super pretty. Now I'm going to take my little Santa here, fit him in where I want to. In the back, to twist it in place, I'm going to take one of my little branches here and just twist my pipe cleaner around it. And that's it, and just put it in place. And there you go, there is our super easy wreath. And look how professional it looks. It looks like you can buy it at, you know, Home Goods or something for 40, 50 bucks, if not more. It has the ornaments, it has Deco mesh, a beautiful centerpiece. What more could you want? This is absolutely gorgeous and simple. And I love the fact that this wreath can be made by pretty much anyone. To start on our Glam swag, I'm going to be using this Dollar Tree Christmas tree. And look how beautiful it is. Look how pretty. So pretty. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just spread it out. Keep it flat. Anything in the back, just point it towards the front. And in the front, stand it up just a little bit. As far as hanging these Christmas trees, I'm going to show you how I usually do it. I mean, ideally it would be nice if we can like cut it right here, so then we can have this a little bit more, you know, symmetrical, and we're not gonna have to like do crazy bows in here and stuff. But the fact of the matter is, most of us are ladies who don't have hands strong enough to cut, you know, strong kind of wire, number one. And number two, we can hurt ourselves. So I'm going to do what I usually like to do, and that is I'm going to put anything. You can use ribbon, you could use anything, and I'm going to just use a chenille wire or pipe cleaner. And when you're using something wired like this, make sure to do it this way when it's flat, meaning so you could just, you know, hang it right there. I think that's more than enough right here. Of course, use finger protectors when you want to, when you need to. And then I'm going to start by wrapping it around. I always like to go a little higher, just a little bit to cover that sharp end, and then work your way down. There's the second pipe cleaner. And there you go, more than enough right here. For this next part, I'm going to be using these gorgeous ferns, and these are they're gray and iridescent. If you can't find these, you can find something like these glitter branches. Anything that is can fill it up. Okay, I'm going to put it sideways. Maybe it's going to be easier because it's a little bit on the longer end. To make life easier on myself, I'm not even going to take it off of this. I'm just going to attach it right here. And then we're going to cut. After we attach it, I'm going to cut right there. So what you want to do is you want to move whatever's going to be in the back. Let me see. We need to decide what's going on the sides. I like this one the way it's going. This one's kind of messed up right here. So these I want on my sides. So get those right there. And since we're going up, you just arrange it. For example, I want this one to go down. Move it down. There you go. That way you're already taking up space right here. Then this one right here, this one is kind of messed up, so I'm just going to put it in the back. It's going to cover stuff over there. And now we want to push these branches through. As you can see, this one is sticking out a little too much. I'm going to take this one off, and then I'm going to cut where you want this one, maybe like right there. I'm going to cut it, give it a dab of hot glue, and put it back on. That way it'll hold. This one we're going to use to fill things up and to cover things up, because we have so many of these. We're going to use some of those. And then we want to cover this area right here. We want some branches and things like that over here. But these I'm going to put right here. Pull it through. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just use one of these tree branches to twist it around. And that's how we're going to hold it in place. That's it. I'm not going to use any wires, nothing like that. Look at this. It's pretty already, isn't it? Then I'm going to take a big one like this, and that is how we're going to cover all the branches here, is with these bigger ones. And I'm going to add some hot glue right here to seal it in. Now it's time to do my favorite thing, and that's make a bow. I'm going to be using a ribbon I usually don't use, and it's this one. And the reason I usually don't use it is because it just ridiculously sheds sparkles. But let's not overlook how pretty this is. First, I want to see how big I want my tail to be, and then I'm going to go a little further, and I'm going to make a simple bow. Loop number 2. I'm going to bring it together with a pipe cleaner, and now I'm just going to wrap it around. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of put it in the middle, and then wrap this around going to the top, covering that stem. And then the other one I'm going to wrap going down. Then I'm going to decide what I'm going to use. And I think I like this one the most for this. So let me cut this off. To cover this area right here, we have plenty of branches on top. So let me show you through the back. These are just sitting here kind of taking up space. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of pull them up and then down, and it's going to cover this area right here. And there's plenty over here in the back. But now we covered this area and it doesn't look so empty. Okay, when you're doing this, make sure this part is facing down, because it's easily covered by a leaf right here, the one where there's a little hole. So let's get the snowflake on. As you saw, I'm very generous with my hot glue. I just noticed that this one right here is just a little too long. Okay, let's shorten this up a little bit. And then put hot glue right there. Cut these on an angle. So now it's time to what I call balance things out. We're going to bring in some of these snowflake, and these are foam scatter from the Dollar Tree. And because we have plenty of silver, we're going to be using just the white ones. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hot glue them all throughout. We need one at the tip. That's going to cover some of that gray right there. Some of that wiring. I really hate that little hole right there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a branch that's in the back that won't be missed. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make it look like it's covered by it. Hot glue right there. It's just going to blend in anyway. At least it's covered. If you feel like it needs something else, you can definitely add it on. But all in all, I think this is a really sweet, very easy swag to make. Yes, it is glam, but you can do it in any color you want. I'm going to use up all the snowflakes from this pack actually, because you want this to look like a teardrop almost. You want it to float, and I felt like the white needed to be a little bit on the outside too. So let me put another one right there. Here we go. Here is my glam, simple but elegant, beautiful swag. For Snowman wreath, we're starting with 2 of these Woodland wreaths. The small one is 9 inches in diameter, and this big one is 12 inches in diameter. or 30.5 centimeters, and this one is 22.9 centimeters to round it off. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give both of these wreaths about 2 coats of the chalked Rust-Oleum paint in linen white. And I'm using a brush that's kind of shabby because it's going to be easier to get in all those crevices, and if it's not fully white, it's all right. This is a snowman. We're going to make him rustic, so if it's not going to be painted fully, that's just fine. That may be something you would prefer to do. Your other choice would be to spray paint it if you wish, but it's a little cold here in Chicago already. It's in the 40s, and I really don't like spray painting at home, so I'm just going to paint it with my chalk paint. This wreath is so easy that this next part is pretty much the hardest part of the wreath, and that is connecting them. So I'm going to go around my wreath and try to find the flattest part, which I think is this part right here, and then the flattest part on this side, which kind of looks like this right here, and I need to unite them, and I can't just unite them together. I need to go through. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to tunnel through. Okay, so I got one this way, and then I want at least 2 right here going the other way. I'm just going to use a letter opener to kind of wiggle my way through here. Don't worry if you scratch the paint at this point, because this part is going to be hidden. Okay, so what I did there is I tunneled it, and then kind of twisted it open, and then it opened up so I can put this part in. And I'm going to go about 1 inch to the other side and try to get in there too. And I did the smaller one first just because I feel like the other one would be a lot easier to get through. So first, let's turn it upside down. We're going to do the middle one. And since I got it this way, I'm just going to go in and lock it in place. And then I'm going to grab one more zip tie and just go over both of these, even though, look how strong this is, look. So this worked so well, and all I did was I put one going this way, the next 2 coming another way, so you have connection from both sides, and then one just to kind of bring everything together. Okay, now it's time to decorate our wreath, and here are a few things that I'm going to be using. I'm going to be using a little branch of this. Then I am going to use 2 of these picks. These have lots of berries on them, and then one of these that has an apple. Now first, let me just take all of these tags off. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this apple. And this little guy right here, it's not, it's very sad looking. So I'm going to remove it completely, and that is why I'm going to be including this. So now I'm going to cover this area right here by bringing this right over here. Okay. First, I'm going to be placing this pick, and I opened it up a little bit right in there. Then I'm going to be coming in with this pick, and I'm going to go to the other side. I'll shorten it later. I just want to play around with it first to see how I like things or where I like things. And actually, you know what? If it's not going to show, there's no point of shortening it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab another zip tie, and I'm going to go all the way around, and I'm going to zip tie these in place. You could hot glue them, but zip tie is just going to be a lot more. It's going to be stronger, and it's not going to go anywhere. Okay, once that is done, I'm going to grab another one of these just to even out all the redness that's on this side and bring a little pick right there. I think I'm going to put it right there. And I'm attaching it to this pick. Straight to the center right there. This pick I do need to cut. This is not going to be easy because this is a pretty strong one. Okay, I cut that, and there was a wire that was sticking out. I'm just going to wrap it around and secure this whole pick in place. Now the pine cones, the big one, I'm going to face the other way to cover this right here. Bend it just like that. And I'm going to put that right there. Just like that. And then this pine cone is going to cover this area right here. Now I'm grabbing a piece of floral wire and I'm going to wrap it around to secure the pine cone in place. I'm going to give it a little bit of hot glue just to put it in place. And I'm going to add this little pine cone. Next, I need to see where I want this little piece to go. When I decided where it's going, and I want it kind of to be centered. And right there where I bent it, that's where I'm going to connect it. Now I'm going to put the zip tie pretty much in the center because that is where I want to connect it. But I'm not going all the way down. I'm not going around. I'm trying to kind of sneak it in between. And then I'm grabbing my little piece. And by the way, I did bend it right here. You want to bend it just a little bit because it's a circle. So you want it to kind of lay really nicely on there. To attach it, I'm going to move this branch down and my little leaf right here. And I'm going to attach it right there. This way we can hide the zip tie with the green little branch that I moved. So tightening it in place. Now I'm just going to move my, some things around. And you know what? After doing this, you could still see the ugliness right there. So that's all right. That's where we have our fill-in branches. That's what we're going to be calling them today. Okay, and I got my little branch right here. And I'm going to put it right there. Maybe another piece right on top because I want it to be a little fluffy about there. We're going to cover that area. Ooh, this is looking really good because I don't want it to be too much here. So let's hot glue this top piece to this piece and then a little hot glue at the bottom right there. Now it's time to clean up a little bit. I use this vacuum all the time. This little guy is so impressive. I have it in my Amazon store, but I'll link it in the description box because it's just so cool. I love using it. All right, so we have the bottom done, the middle kind of done. We have one more piece to add there. And then we're going to add the hat. For our snowman hat, I'm going to be using this ornament and I absolutely love it. It comes in red check, black check, and another color. But I will link it from the Dollar Tree below in the description box. And all it is just a little ornament hat. And I'm going to remove the little hanging piece right here. And now we gotta decide where we wanna put it. I love the fact that it matches these berries. Actually, that's the reason that I chose these little picks from the Dollar Tree is because of this. So when you decide where you finally want your little hat, you can face it down a little bit. That's okay. That's what I'm going to be doing is I'm not going to be putting it flat. I'm going to face it down just a little bit. What you want to do is in that area, grab a piece of fluffy pipe cleaner. Not thin, but fluffy. The reason I'm doing this is for more surface area. Here's what I mean by that. Our Santa's hat is going to be right here and it's going to be attached here or there. I want to make sure that it's going to attach really, really well. So I'm basically making more surface area. And hot glue sticks really well to these pipe cleaners. Okay, this is what mine looks like. Do you see it right here? This is basically paper, so you can bend it down also to cover that if you needed to. And so now I'm going to really give it lots of hot glue. All right, our hat is on. We have the middle part done. The bottom part is done. And now I'm grabbing some buffalo check ribbon. This is called Farmhouse. It's 5/8 inch in width. And I'm going to take up this space right here because it's kind of getting a little busy. So I don't want to make things too big. I'm going to just make a small little bow. Just making a simple bow. Dot of glue. I'm going to find my center. Bring it in. figure out where I want it. And that way this part is going to cover the center right here. Move my pine cones around so it kind of covers nicely right there. I'm going to hot glue it, and that is it. I'm going to grab a permanent marker and cover this area where the jute cord was attached. And I'm just dabbing permanent marker on right there, and it's gone. Just like that. Next, I'm just bringing my little clamp right here, and I'm grabbing a sheer ribbon from the Dollar Tree, and this is sheer white ribbon. I love using it, so if you have a chance to grab it, I would, because hanging something with it, it just takes away from, you know, catching your eye. Your eye should be on the actual wreath, not what's hanging it. I'm just cutting off a little piece, and then I'm just going to hot glue one on top of the other, and since it's sheer, grabbing my little finger protector. There you go. Once it's dried, I'm going to just move it over so that the part that's overlapping is hidden on the inside. And that is it. We are ready to hang our wreath. Let's get started on our Glam wreath. I'm going to start with 4 rolls of Deco mesh, and this is the new one that I've seen at the Dollar Tree, and it's this ivory with some gold in it, very elegant. And then we're starting with 18 of these pipe cleaners. So the magic number for today is 18. We're going to be doing pretty much everything in 18 because we're going to have 18 connections on our wreath form. Before we get started, let's go over the basics. This is a 14-inch metal wreath form from the Dollar Tree, and it is 14 inches in diameter. It has 6 sections. In each section, we're going to put 3 of these pipe cleaners. Here's one section right here. We're going to put 1 pipe cleaner on the second row, and I count my rows from inside out. And I'm just going to find my center and give it 1 twist. In row 3, we're going to put 2 on both sides of this middle one. And that's it. We repeat this process in all of our sections, and then we are ready to attach our Deco mesh. So as you see, 1 in the second row, and in the third row, we have 2 just like this. All of my pipe cleaners are on my wreath form. Now it's time to unroll my 4 rolls. I'm going to be unrolling them where they're rolling in because we are making loops. So let me just layer them. Okay, I have my 4 rolls just stacked one on top of the other. And now I'm just going to gather it about 1 inch in. There are 2 ways you can go about attaching the Deco mesh. You can start from the outside and make your loops on the outside, and when you come to the last one, you hop on over to the middle one and then go all the way around. I like working from inside out because when it comes to locking it in at the end, it's just easier to work on the side of the wreath versus trying to kind of work on the inside. That's just how I am. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start on row 2. That's my inner one. And then every 9-inch loop, I'm going to attach. And then when I come to the last one, I'm going to hop on over to this one, not the next one in here. I'm going to hop on over to this one, and then I'm going to go all the way around and complete the wreath itself. All right, let's start. I'm just going to open it up about 1 inch in. I'm going to bring it in, and I'm going to give it 2 good twists. I want to make sure it's nice and secure. But then I am also going to grab a zip tie and attach it with a zip tie. I'm going to do this in the beginning and also at the end just to make sure my wreath is secured really well onto my wreath form. As I said, we are attaching every 9 inches. So here, the white square, the white middle square is 8 inches. we're going to add one more, and I'm going to do 9. So I'm going to go from the white, and as you can see, all my deco mesh is rolled in this way, and it's all facing the same way. And so our loops are going to be beautiful. So starting with the white, I go to the white, and then one more square to take us to the gray, and then that's going to give me 9 inches. And I'm going to make my first loop, just bringing it down, and then 2 twists. The next 9. I'm going to repeat this process all the way around on row 2, and then we'll move on to row 3 together. Here we go. Last loop in row 2, and we're putting it right on top of where we started, and that'll complete our row. Nice and tight there. And just do 2 twists. Okay. And now we're moving on to row 3. This is where our attachment is, and we finished, and here's our little section. And of course, we have 2 of our pipe cleaners in row 3. We're not going to touch them. We're going to move on to the next section and take this first one in this next section. This is going to keep our loops more on the even side. So let's get our 9 inches right here. And then I'm moving on to this third row right here. Now I'm just going to go all the way around just like I started, and we're going to do 2 loops in each one of the sections. Okay, I went all the way around, and I have 1 loop to do. This is the one that's behind where we started and finished. And look at this. This is what's left. And I'm telling you, if you do 9 inches, it's going to be perfect. So let me get my last 9 inches right here. Very, very exciting. And I'm just going to put it in here. And then I'm going to cut off my tail. Grabbing another zip tie, I'm just going to zip tie it right there to row 3. So this is how it looks from the back. There's our beginning. We went around, went in row 2, and here we finished. Look how beautiful this is. So I usually put the ribbon on and then I fluff it out, but today I don't know why I want to fluff this out. It looks so beautiful as it is. So I'm just going to go in and just kind of open up my rows here and just start fluffing it out before we put the finishing touches on it. When I fluff these, I don't go from the top because I don't want to catch on anything. What I do is I take the bottom one and kind of push it down. So I push it down and kind of right there. I push it down and pull it out. And I found that there's much less, you know, tagging on things and fraying when you do that. So just start with the bottom one and push it down. Look how these are filling in. I mean, if you wanted to, as long as you hide these in the back and just fluff out these sections, I'm telling you, you could have a complete wreath right there. You don't have to go further. That is how much volume these 4 rolls make, and it turns out so beautiful. I came up with this method. Now, I don't know if anybody else did it before me because, I mean, it's not like it's something complicated here. But I was just so desperate to find 21-inch mesh and to do this method. So I decided, I'm like, okay, you know what? I'll just use the 6-inch mesh, layer it on, and have the same effect. And I think it's even better because this actually is 24, quote-unquote, inches of deco mesh in each loop versus the 21. So in retrospect, it turns out even fluffier. And I've even done wreaths where I had 3 instead of 4. Turned out fine. But on that one, I did have like ribbon in between, just like I'm going to have on this one. But I'm just saying it's possible. If you only have 3 rolls of a certain thing, you can definitely try to do this wreath, and it's going to be beautiful. I'm going to measure out 10 inches for our ribbon, and you can make a board for this and just go around the board and then cut it. A lot of people have done that. After my ribbon is cut, I'm going to do dovetails. And this ribbon is wrinkled, so you might want to just stretch it out and then cut your dovetail. Next, I'm going to cut this silver ribbon. Same thing. I'm going to do 10 inches. For this ribbon, I don't do dovetails. It's just because it's going to get messy. I mean, you could if you want to, but I don't. It kind of is very transparent, and you're not even going to be able to tell if there's actually dovetails on there anyway. So I just tend to cut it at the 10-inch mark, straighten it out, and that's it. The third ribbon I'm going to use is this gold one, and it's kind of on the sheer side. And once again, I'm going to measure out my 10 inches and then cut it, and then I'm going to make dovetails on both sides. Here is all my ribbon. I have 18 pieces of this one, 18 pieces of this one, and 36 of this one. This took 4 rolls, 2 and 2 rolls. I'm going to start with my gold ones. Crisscross them and then grab 2 of the silver ones and then crisscross those. And then as usual, I like to bring it in, fold it in half, and then fold it out in half. And then start putting them in between our pipe cleaners. 1 good twist or 2. And now we're ready for our ornaments. To put my ornament on, I'm going to put one of my pipe cleaners coming from the bottom up. The other pipe cleaner is going to go from top, going down like this. And I'm just going to pull them and then take them back. And then I'm going to do a quick twist or 2 in the back right here. And then you can either cut them off, or I like to just fold them in and just tuck them underneath the wire just in case you need to replace something or something. I don't like to cut them off completely, but it's secure in the back. We're going to straighten this out later. For now, I'm just going to be making my bundles and keep going. And make sure they're all swing this way, because when we tighten them up, they're going to stand up. We're going to fold it in half towards the center and then fold our sides back. And we have a perfect little bow. And as you can see, the silver was very important to bring out the actual ornament. Otherwise, it's just too much gold. All right, we are coming along with this wreath, and you can definitely stop right there, but I am going to add these little branches here. They're wired all the way, so I'm just going to snip these, and they are easy to attach. If you just put them in and attach to one of the wires right here, I'm just going to twist it here, just like that. And then here you just form it the way you want it, and it'll stay in place because you have so much deco mesh. You have so many things going on here. So I'm kind of going to go in a zigzag with these. If this one is on the outside, this one's going to be this way. If this one's here, this one's going to be here. So I have one right here. So this next one is going to be somewhere around here. And then when I'm done putting in my little twigs, I'm just going to go around and straighten all of my little poofs out. And that is it for this gorgeous winter glam gold and silver wreath.
to get started on this wreath, I'm going to prepare my floral wire and set it to the side. Then I'm going to find where my infinity scarf connects, and you can either cut it along the line or you can remove stitching like I did, because depending on how your scarf was sewn together, it can add an inch to the length of your scarf. Now I'm going to start wrapping the scarf around my Dollar Tree foam wreath form, and this one is 9.8 inches. I'm starting by grabbing 12 to 15 inches of the scarf and just holding it in place with one hand, and with the other hand I'm going to start tightly wrapping the scarf around my wreath, going all the way around, keeping it nice and tight. I didn't want it loose, I want it tight. When you come to the end, you want to overlap both tails, one tail going to the one side, the other tail going to the other side. Where you have that right in the middle, that is where I'm going to bring in my floral wire, and I'm going to tie it really tightly around both of the tails. As I said, one tail needs to go up, the other one needs to go down. This is what's going to lock the scarf in place. To decorate both tails of my scarf, I'm going to make little slits in it. I kept them about 1/2 inch wide, and I also went in about 1.5 to 2 inches. Just keep it simple. Don't make it too long. Don't make it too short. 1.5 inch to 2 inches is perfect. Next, I'm grabbing this really simple and beautiful pick from the Dollar Tree. And the first thing I did was I removed the florals that came with it. And then I grabbed the Christmas tree greenery that came with it. And I'm going to put it facing the opposite way. This way it will balance out the greenery, and then it will also cover that tail that I'm also going to trim a little bit. I cut about 1.5 inches of it later on, but I'm going to bring both sides together with a little floral wire, and you have a beautiful and elegant green background for the wreath. And I'm attaching it to the wreath right underneath where I attached the tails. Next, I'm just going to place the tails to the side and kind of play around with them, making sure they're nice and pretty. Next, I'm just grabbing a few poinsettias from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to hot glue them right on top of the greenery, right in the middle. And this is what's going to give it that pop of white and just this elegance to this wreath. When I displayed my wreath, I realized that the greenery was just blending in with the red a little too much. So I brought it back into my studio and I dry brushed some white paint on all the greenery, the berries, the pine cones. And I'm sorry I don't have footage for this, but you will see that it turned out absolutely stunning, and that white made all the difference in the world. For this wreath, we are using a metal circle. I'll explain in a second where it came from. Some sort of centerpiece, a wired garland, some wooden beads, jute twine, and some of this sparkly vase filler. Grabbing this Dollar Tree wired garland and putting it around my circle here. And I used 6 pieces all together. Now with the wired circle, that is actually the top of a garbage can that's from the Dollar Tree. I used the garbage can in a previous project a while ago, and I will insert the video right here so you can see how I used the rest of the garbage can. But I kept the rim, I kept the top, and this is what I'm doing with the top of the Dollar Tree garbage can. Now for the centerpiece. I'm grabbing some of these wooden beads, and these are 14 millimeters each in diameter. And at first I put 7 on, then measured and realized I wanted 1 more, so then I added the 8th bead. The ornament I'm using in the middle of my beads is actually a Dollar Tree ornament that I used in the previous project. Originally it did look like this, but I really loved it empty and clean. Now to make sure the tree is going to be centered, I'm grabbing a little mini bead, and it's bigger than the little hole in the tree, and I'm just feeding it through, and that's just going to hold my Christmas tree centered without twisting in the middle of my wreath. Now I'm adding the same amount of beads to the right side that I already added to the left. After adjusting it to the height that I want, I'm going to attach both of the ends to the metal wreath. To decorate my wreath, I'm going to grab these vase fillers from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to be using the gold ones in different sizes and just hot glue them throughout the wreath. At this point, you can definitely stop and be done with the wreath, and I'll include a picture of what it would look like in a second, but I just felt like something needed to be put on the tree, so I continued and added a little bit of embellishment to the Christmas tree. To decorate the tree, I'm going to use another piece of wired garland about 4 inches in length, and I'm going to put it at the top of the tree. Now, if you're wondering why did I do that, there was greenery already on the tree. Yes, but that greenery was a lighter color and it would clash with my garland. This way, it matches and it looks really good. I'm just cutting that in the middle, hot gluing the garland pieces to the top of my tree, and then on top of that, I'm going to hot glue a gold little ball from the vase fillers. For this wreath, I'm going to be using 2 microfiber pads from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going right in between the stitch lines to cut each microfiber pad into 4 sections. Now I'm using some hot glue attaching strips to the wreath and just wrapping them all the way around. Now I'm grabbing this pick and I'm just grabbing the greenery from it and hot gluing it in the top center of the wreath. I love the greenery because it's already painted white a little bit and it looks frosty. Next, let's do the bow. I'm going to start by approximating how big I want my bow and then just cutting that ribbon down. And I'm using this burlap ribbon with lace over it, and I'm grabbing some polka dot grosgrain ribbon and hot gluing it right on top of the lace, securing each end to the back of the burlap. Now I'm just making my simple bow, bringing it together with a piece of floral wire in the middle and hot gluing it to the top center of the wreath. Using another pick from the Dollar Tree, I'm just grabbing the berries, then cutting 2 little strips to put on top of the greenery and a small piece of berries to hot glue in the middle of the bow. For this wreath, I'm using the Woodland wreath from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to give it 1 coat of Rust-Oleum chalk paint. Next, I'm grabbing 10 pine cones and I will give them a coat of white chalk paint. Now that my pine cones are nice and dry and they have a good white base, I'm going in with a pretty pink and I'm giving all the pine cones a good coat of that beautiful pink paint. Next, I'm grabbing some Mod Podge and I'm going to put glitter right on top of those pine cones. They will give such an elegant and beautiful addition to my wreath. For this wreath, I will also be using these mini ornaments, then the silver and white iridescent vase fillers, a few of these star vase fillers from the 4th of July, and then I'm going to be using the fern greenery as my base. I'm going to decorate 3/4 of my wreath, leaving 1/4 empty just as it is. So that's why I'm starting with my fern so I can see the edges of where I'm going to be working. Then I'm just grabbing all this greenery that I had left over from previous projects and just hot gluing it all around the section that I'm working on. Next, I'm grabbing the mini silver ornaments and I'm just popping off the little tops from them and then just hot gluing them all around the wreath. You want to start with those because those are your bigger pieces before we get into the smaller one. Next, I'm using the stars because those are also quite big comparing to the other pieces. Then I'm just working on my white iridescent and silver vase fillers. Now for the pine cones, I'm just balancing everything out and trying to spread them out throughout the wreath. And if there was any spots open, I went back and filled in with the mini little vase fillers. To hang my wreath, I'm grabbing a piece of ribbon I had on hand, feeding it through the vines in the back of the wreath, making a little knot, and I'm ready to hang my wreath. For this super easy wreath, I'm going to use this scarf that I found at the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to actually use 2 of them. And the first thing I did was cut my foam wreath so I can feed the scarf through. And then I'm just going to undo the edges. Without cutting, I just unstitched it so I don't waste any of the scarf, and I'm just feeding it onto my wreath. To bring my wreath back together, I did try to use some hot glue, but that was a definite fail because it just melted the foam. So I just did a few layers of this clear packing tape and it worked absolutely fine. For the bow, I will be using this buffalo check ribbon from the Dollar Tree, and I want a bigger tail on here, so I just measured my tail. Then I'm going to do 4 loops, meaning 2 loops on each side of my bow, and bring it together with a piece of floral wire. To prevent fraying and to make sure my tail is nice and pretty, I'm going to fold the edge over about 1/4 of an inch, put some hot glue right there, and then fold my tail into a little triangle. And then I'm going to pinch the edge and the triangle to make sure it's nice and crisp. Next, I'm hot gluing the bow straight onto the wreath form. You can also just use a string and tie it on. For the bow tails, we are going to be using the ribbon method. All I'm doing is folding the ribbon under and pinching it in the back so you have a nice smooth loop in the front. And as you can see, I'm going to do it twice for each one of the tails. As you can see here, I tried a red pom-pom on here and I just did not like the way it looked, so I cut it off and I grabbed 3 cotton balls and hot glued them to the center of the ribbon, and oh my goodness, it made all the difference in the world. To hang this wreath, I'm just grabbing a piece of ribbon I had on hand, and it was a perfect red match, and I'm just cutting it off and pinning both of the ends together and straight onto the foam wreath. For this wreath, we are going to be using 6 rolls of this decorative mesh, and we're going to cut the mesh into 14-inch strips. You are going to have 7 per roll. To cover the green foam, I'm using a roll of grosgrain ribbon from the Dollar Tree, and if you go slow and hot glue throughout the way, 1 roll will be enough. Now I'm just taking each one of the strips, folding them in half, and tying them on the side of the wreath. That's it. I'm not even double tying. Because of the type of mesh this is, it's not going to slide and it's going to stay pretty secure. Now I'm going to go all the way around the wreath using up all my strips. For decor, I'm using these ornaments from the Dollar Tree, and the first thing I wanted to do is cover those little holes on top. So I'm just using a hot glue gun, and using a finger protector, I'm just smoothing the hot glue over the ornament. Next, I'm painting both of the ornaments in a Craft Smart acrylic paint called Ocean Breeze. I'm just giving both of the ornaments 1 coat. I'm giving my ornaments a layer of Mod Podge and then using this gorgeous chunky glitter, and it's called Snowy Surprise. I got it at Walmart, and I'm going to give it a nice coat on top of these trees. I wanted the glitter to look like snow on top of the trees. Just so you guys can see the difference, here's a tree with glitter and here's one without glitter. What do you think? Not a big glitter person myself, but this looks absolutely stunning. Let me know what you think. Now I'm just glittering up the second tree, and I'm going to let both of the trees dry for an hour. Next, I'm grabbing this cute little deer that I got for $1.98 at Walmart, and I'm going to remove the top little tag that was on top of the deer's head. And I'm sorry I did it kind of off screen, but I just removed it to make sure it's nice and smooth. And then I'm just hot gluing everything where I feel like it needs to go. So I put one tree a little higher, one a little lower, and then Bambi kind of went to the side. And I think this wreath turned out absolutely beautiful, and I have it hanging in my living room right now. To hang my wreath, I'm just adding a piece of transparent ribbon to the top of my wreath. For this easy wreath, we are just using some tinsel from the Dollar Tree and wrapping it around our foam wreath form. After we're done wrapping it around, we are going to decorate with a silver jingle bell ornament from the Dollar Tree. At this point, you can attach the ornament as is, but that blob of hot glue in the front really bothered me. So I'm grabbing some pine cone potpourri, and I'm going to grab a tiny little pine cone and then just cut the end of it and hot glue it as the third little pine cone in that little bundle. I also added a bigger pine cone on the other side of the ornament, kind of to balance everything out. To hang my ornament, I'm just very carefully putting a pin through the ribbon, inserting it into the wreath, and covering up with the tinsel.
So today we are going to be using this beautiful Dollar Tree 21-inch mesh, and it's 5 yards. Like regular rolls at other craft stores are usually 10 yards. So for $1, this is really incredible. Okay, next thing you are going to need is a wreath form, and I was lucky enough to get this neutral one, and I am going to use these chenille wires. The first thing we want to do is put the chenille wires on our form. There are 6 sections in this wreath. So what I'm going to do is one is going to go on the 2 inner rings. On the 2 outside rings, we are going to put 2 in each section. So each section is going to have 3 chenille wires, 1 in the middle on the front end and 2 in the back. Okay, so I'm going to start together. I just grab it in the middle and then just kind of roll up and then roll down. So you have a nice and even poof. And I tried to even it out for the first one. You can start outside in, inside out. I kind of work my way from inside to out. But what I'm going to do is I like to secure it with a zip tie, especially the first one. So I have it here, but I'm going to also do it with a zip tie. I do this for the first one and the last one. So we are making 10-inch loops. I take the beginning, and my 10-inch is right here. And I'm just going to grab it where my 10-inch is, and I'm going to poof it in, kind of poof it up. And then I'm going to move on to my next one, which is right here, and give it 2 twists, 2 tight twists. Okay, I'm starting right here. 10 inches once again, poof up. We're going to move to the next one. Okay, I made a full circle. Look how beautiful it is. Made a full circle, and I'm going to continue making my 10-inch poofs, and then I'm going to go around the outside, continuing with the same 10-inch poofs. Everything but you. These are the good times with you. Baby, this year. Last poof, and it's literally 10 inches. So I'm going to try to make as little of a tail as possible, and I'm going to zip tie it to the 3rd ring. Now I'm going to go around and just poof everything out. For the ribbon, I decided to use 2 types of ribbon, and this is going to be this gorgeous buffalo check and also this white one. What we need to do is we're going to cut these into 12-inch strips. I just like using my ruler, and then you can just go back and forth. I really need to do one of those boards that a lot of DIYers use, but I really just use my ruler and go for it. You're going to need 18 of each ribbon. Okay, I got all my ribbon, and as you see, I am being supervised by Leo over here. Hi, baby. Say hi to everyone on camera. Say hello, my little pretty. I'm surprised, all this light, and he could not be bothered. He's like, yeah, whatever, ma. So the first thing I do is I make all the ducktails for the ribbon. I have things falling on the floor because of this little tail right here. But I'm going to cut everything up, do all my ribbon, and then I will be right back. Okay, I cut all the ribbon up. And by the way, if you do like to fold like I do, make sure you fold with the bright side inside, because when you tie the ribbon, it's going to unfold. So just kind of inside out or whatever you want to call it. But here's the outside of the ribbon. Here's the inside of the ribbon. And I fold it in before I cut it. Okay. Grabbing one of each. And I'm just putting them together. And I'm going to tie them on each one of the sections. Just give it a few twists there. And I'm going to do this all the way around. And then I'll open them up and make them all pretty at the end when I'm done with all the ribbon. All my ribbon is on and I'm starting to poof it out. And what I'm doing is just kind of doing a little crisscross with the red ribbon and the white ribbon. I'm just going to go all along and do that to all the sides. And now we need to get started on our centerpiece. I decided to get this peace sign. I'm going to give this little board 2 coats of white chalk paint. And this is from Crafter's Corner from the Dollar Tree. All right, I have my plank. It's nice and dry. The first thing I'm going to do is on whatever the back side is for your plank, grab 2 more chenille wires, fold them in half. Give yourself, I kind of just do the 2-finger thing. And that way, like, I just make it flat. And then I'm going to put it on the side, hot glue it in place. Then I'm going to grab my peace sign and just put it in the middle. And I'm lightly just putting it on top, flipping it. And I'm just going to use the first 2 to secure it on one side. And then here's the other side. I think that's it. I think it looks pretty. I'm just straightening out all the ribbons at this point. And I'm going to hang it up on my front door. Alright, so today I'm using this tiny little 8-inch wreath comparing to the 14-inch wreath that we usually use. This is going to be for a sweet little girl and I'm very excited to do this. Here is the little Minnie Mouse that I'm going to be using. Then I'm going to be using this ornament. Everything's from the Dollar Tree, including my little Minnie Mouse. Then I'm just going to be using 3 rolls, 2 white, 1 pink. And then you need some sort of either measuring mat, this is not really necessary, and some chenille wires. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cut these in half. Now usually when I'm making like the curly wreath, I cut these in 3, but today we're going to cut in 2 just because of when we're bringing the deco mesh together, it is more comfortable to be using it. And then let's start on this Minnie Mouse and see how I can work with it. And I'm really hoping this is going to work. All right, so this part is rubber, just like I thought. What I'm trying to do is trying to remove this sharpener. All right, and I have my intact Minnie Mouse right here that is going to go right on the snowflake. Okay, so let's just finish up the ornament so that way we have it ready at the end. Before I put my little Minnie Mouse on top of my snowflake, I am going to grab another piece of chenille and I'm going to hot glue it in the middle right here. Let me make sure I have my middle. I'm going to use this chenille piece to attach to my little wreath a little later. And so on top of it, I'm just going to twist it so it stays in place while it's drying. And then on top of it, I'm going to put my little Minnie Mouse. So we are going to do one of the easiest wreaths you can possibly do. And that is the one where you just roll out You put one, and then you roll out a second one, which is my pink. And then on top of that, you are going to roll another white. If you're starting out and working with Deco mesh, this is the wreath for you, or this style of wreath. And so I'm going to start by just securing one. I usually use zip ties for this, usually, because I just feel like it can have a nice secure you know, tail with this. But we are just going to be using this chenille wire. And now I'm going to attach it to this little crossing right here so that it stays in place. And I really want to make sure it's secure. So this is the part where you decide how big you want your loops to be. Don't forget, this is an 8-inch wreath, so you don't need them to be that big. 6 inches, yeah, I think I like that. Another 6 inches. Gather, bring it together, and tie it in the back in the middle row. There's 3 sections in this wreath. I'm only done with one, and I did 8 loops, 6 inches each, and I still have enough to do the rest of it. We will continue, and I'll just finish up the work, and then we'll start opening them up, and that's the fun part. Okay, you guys, so I don't like a messy back, especially, you know, if it gets put on like a glass door or something. So what I'm doing is, because these tails are long enough, I'm kind of twisting them, almost like braiding, like French braiding, and I'm just tagging one on top of the other, and anything sharp goes back. And look how smooth this is. Instead of all this mess, it looks nice, clean, and I'm just twisting them together. See? Look at that. Nice, clean little line. Okay, so you could ideally, if you wanted to, leave it at that and then add your snowflake on top, and it's going to look actually pretty sweet. But I do like to open mine up. That's the whole point of doing this technique. And all I'm doing is unraveling and bring that pink out in the middle. Now you can choose to either do the pink on the side, pink here. I'm just actually going to keep the pink in the middle of my 2 white pieces, just because it's going to be a beautiful balance. All right, I fluffed it out, and we have the white in the center, then pink, and then white on the outside. And this turned out so super cute. Now I'm going to get my centerpiece, and as you remember, we attached the chenille wire on first, and that's because we're just going to feed it through here. And I'm just going to attach it. All right, you could definitely leave this wreath as it is. I'm going to go one step further, and I'm going to grab these pom-poms. I'm going to start with these medium-sized pom-poms and spread them throughout the wreath. And because I know that's not enough, I am going to take the really, really tiny ones, because there's quite a bit of those. And then very carefully, don't hurt yourself there, just hot glue these in various places. Okay, I feel like I have enough of the white little pom-poms on here. And the reason I did this is because the bow on the Minnie has little polka dots, and it just brought the whole wreath together. And I do think it looks super, super cute. What do you guys think?
Now it is time to get out in the snow, lighting a light with you. Choirs will...
Let's get started on this wreath. I'm using this square wreath form that I found at the Dollar Tree, and I wish I can find more because these are so unique. And as you see, this is the little tag that came with it. And what I'm going to be using is I'm going to be using these burlap ribbon to wrap around the wreath, and then to decorate I am going to be using this gold and the green burlap from the Dollar Tree. I will also be using these gorgeous picks that I got at the Dollar Tree this year, and these that I got from the Dollar Tree last year. Look how pretty these are. Some of them are like, it's damaged just a tiny bit over here, but hey, all you have to do is turn it around and nobody can see. But yeah, those are so super cute. And if I feel like it's not full enough when I actually start decorating, I always have these on hand, you guys. These are always good to have, these wired garland ties, to buff up anything you're doing for Christmas, and especially with the Christmas trees that the Dollar Tree has. I have my little finger covering, and these are from the Dollar Tree. They come 3 in a pack. So let's get started. I'm going to start with the center here, and I'm just going to kind of cross over because I want it to go on an angle. And just give it a dab of hot glue right there, just so it holds it. Over here in the middle, I want the bottom of this part and the top of this part to overlap. That way we have a nice thick layer. Now the corners here are a little tricky, but you know what? Nothing we can't handle, right you guys? So the way I do my corner is I will go to the corner and I will loop it back. So there's my loop right around the corner, and I'm going to give it just a tab of hot glue just so it holds. And now I'm taking and I'm folding a little bit of this inside ribbon underneath, because what I want to do is I want to give it a nice secure corner right here. And I'm bringing my other edge straight up to the corner. And this is where we're gonna go up again. Here we have another corner going on. My last loop, I'm looping it over here in the corner, bringing it back and covering that up. And over here where it overlaps, I'm going to give a little dab of hot glue. Just, I mean, you guys, dab, 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 like tiny, tiny, tiny. And then I'm going to take a little bit of this and push it in so I can squeeze it in a little bit so that it doesn't look too crunched up. And I'm going to go over and cover this area, and then this area that's all wrinkly we're gonna cover with this. So with this ending, we're just going to start a new one, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to overlap, make sure it's not gonna show. The same thing, just moving along. And I'm just overlapping by half of the ribbon. That way you get double layer.
I've been working so much lately, I can barely find the time to sleep. Yeah, I spend my time running around, keeping...
I'm coming to the end and I have a little piece left. So what I'm going to do is actually I'm not going to go over here because I'm going to have a bow in this corner anyway. And I'm just going to just make sure that this part is covered. And yes, this part is going to go in the front, but there will be greenery here. So that part will be covered also. Okay, this wreath looks really clean, very beautiful, and we are going to work on this corner right here. And the way I'm going to do it is you can either hang it like this, or you could hang it like in a diamond shape. So what I'm going to do with these is I'm going to separate the little greenery here, and I'm going to put this gold in between, so to make it look like it was all one piece right here. And I'm going to put this gold in between, so to make it look like it was all one piece. You know what? I feel like this greenery is not really matching to this. Both of these are Dollar Tree pieces. Are they different greenery pieces? Look at this one. This one's not bad. So there we go. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this piece and wrap it around And I'm going to bend about 1 inch of this pick. Okay, I like that. So I did the same thing to the second one as I did to the first one. I got the wired garland, wrapped it around, and I'm just going to hot glue it in place. We have gold, we have green, because otherwise the gold is not going to stand out. So I thought on top of that, bring in some of this white. When I do bows like this, what I like to do is, because the endings are so kind of rugged, so here's what I'm going to do. The first thing I'm going to do is bring it together, hold it in place, there you go, and I'm going to fold it. About 24 inches is my bow. Okay, so now that I have it nice and secured, I'm just going to pull it down, and this bow is going to be 24 inches. So if you're doing the same ribbon or a similar ribbon, you're going to need about 24 inches for this particular bow. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to fold it in half and do some hot gluing over here. After I found my center, I'm going to make a simple bow. Here's how I bring these together usually. I fold it in half, and then 1 down and 2 down. And that is how I usually bring them together. I'm using a floral wire for this bow today. Don't make it too tight. That way you can adjust it if you want. I feel like I want more greenery here now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take another piece. I'm going to cut it in half. Okay, so what I want to do is I would just want to give more greenery over here to cover this area up. There you go. I feel a lot better about that. And then when I put this on, it's gonna look good. Okay, that's a little better. See, sometimes you just, as you're working, you just see something here, something there, need to improve here, need to improve there, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Okay, to finish up this bow, obviously, I'm not gonna leave the wire right there. I'm going to take another piece of this grosgrain ribbon that I absolutely love. I'm a huge fan of my grosgrain ribbon. 3 inches of the grosgrain ribbon, 2 to 3 inches, depends on how thick your ribbon is on your bow. Very, very happy about that. I have some new Deco mesh from the Dollar Tree I bought just yesterday. So just to compare to a regular roll from the Dollar Tree, it's 6 inches. This is 10 inches. But check this out. This one is 5 yards. This one is 10 yards. So this, look at this, it's double. The only thing that's worrying me about this, it's looking a little plasticky. It does feel strong, you guys, I have to admit. There's a piece of tape on there, okay. Probably on this side too. But it's not as soft as regular Deco mesh, and it is a little bit more porous, as you can see, meaning the squares are a little larger. So I'm a little worried how it's going to affect my wreath here, but we are going to try to do our best and see what we can do with this type of mesh, because this is the first time I'm using this, so that's why I'm a little weary. So I'm going to be using a 14-inch metal wreath form from the Dollar Tree. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I want the ombre effect of the mesh to be shown, so either it's going to be like this or it's going to be like this. I'm not sure how I'm going to open it yet, but for that to happen, what I'm going to do is I'm going to face one way and the other way, meaning here's me unrolling it. Do you see that it's practically just like invisible? I'm a little nervous now, you guys. And so the other one is going to go this way. Bring it together. First thing I want to do is I'm going to zip tie the little bundle. I'm going to just push it through. And I'm just going to zip tie it at the crossing right here between the second and the third loop from the inside. And I just like to kind of do it literally on that little crossing, making sure we have plenty. I know I'm going to have enough mesh because, I mean, 10 yards better be enough. But the question is, how big do we want our loops and how thick? So I usually, for these, I do about 8 inches. And I feel like because this is so open, 8 inches is basically the maximum to go with, because if you go any higher, then it's going to be a more poofy but open wreath. Okay, so let's do 8 inches, which is my white section right here. Loop it in, bring it in. So basically we're going to put our chenille wires, whether you're using a full or a half, on the second and third, like this. So here we go. I'm going to measure our 8 inches, poof in, make sure it's poofing in, and then I'm just going to loop it. And a half is more than enough. Do you see this tail? It's more than enough. Even if you're going to put like ribbon in or something, it's still gonna be enough if you're going to be doing that. So far so good. I don't know. I'm going to finish the first section and then we'll see what it looks like. Okay, since this is the first time I'm working with this, I want to open up the first section to see if I have enough. I'm just so worried that it's so kind of like, it's so see-through. So I'm going to open this up, see what it looks like. Okay, so here's the consensus. I am pleasantly surprised. It looks thick. I cannot see my wire form, which is always my goal, is to make sure that when I'm making these, that the wire form is, you know, covered. I'm not sure what we're going to decorate it with, but the way I opened it up is because of the ombre effect. I want the dark to be on the outside and then the light to be on the inside. Because this is a winter wreath, I wanted the light blue on top. This could actually be a really pretty kind of baby shower boys wreath too. The short one is just fine because you're going to loop it and then bring it in the back over here. And this big one, what are you gonna do with it? You're still going to just kind of twist it and then cut it off. So it's just a good idea to do it, to cut your chenille wire in half. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to continue doing 6 loops on each of the sections. I wanted to take a second and show you exactly how I tie each one of the loops. I'm going to measure my 8 inches right here. Make sure it's looped in. And then here we go. I'm bringing my half of a chenille right to the center top, giving it 2 twists, or at least 1. Then I'm just bringing them back in the back right here. And in the back, I'm just twisting them. Twisting them until it's just, you know, twisted together, and I'm putting it down. And that way you have a nice, clean kind of, you know, beautiful wreath in the back. I'm going to fix everything I haven't done, you know, in the back, but that's all you do. And so far, this is looking absolutely gorgeous. This part is open, and then this part is mixed, but you can definitely leave the wreath just like this. But I wanted the ombre effect, so I wanted my dark blues, as you saw before, in there, and the light blue on top. All right, time to continue with this party, and I'm going to finish up the 3 sections right here. And here is the last loop. Okay, so here's the last loop. And I'm going to just, let's see here. What I like to do is I like to overlap them and then zip tie both of them to only one of the loops. So I'm going to zip tie it to the second one. That way it gives it a stronger hold. Nice and tight. Ooh, I love it. All right. Cutting off like the strays. They're the ones that are really sticking out. I have to say I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of this mesh, but I love the fact that it is you could do an ombre effect, and when you're doing a loop bow, look at this. So easy, so beautiful. Now you could tell that this is where I spread it out. If you take a look, you really almost don't have to if you want to keep the loops. I particularly don't feel like keeping the loops because I do want more of an ombre effect. I want that dark blue to be hidden on the edges and to keep the light blue on top. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to finish opening up the wreath all the way around, and then we're going to start decorating. All right, so I decided to put the snowflake in the middle of the wreath, and it's quite large. I wish it was a little bit smaller, but that's all right. We will make it work. The first thing I'm going to do is grab some spackling and cover the little hole. All right, because this wreath is going to be outside, I decided to use these Magic Fly acrylic outside paints or outdoor paints, and I'm going to grab, let me see here, the marshmallow white. Here it is. And Magic Fly is the one who actually sent me these paints, but they are on Amazon, and I think the prices that they have are not so bad for what they offer. On my hands somehow, I don't know. This is pretty thick. Ooh, I like this. I'm grabbing the Battleship Gray, and I want to literally dry brush it all over the snowflake. Right, so I decided to write Hello Winter on here with some Scrabble pieces. I finally got some, and these are from Magic Fly. I'll give you guys the link down below, and it's 1,000 Scrabble pieces, and I believe it was around $20, but look how cute this is. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. Alrighty, so I'm somebody who likes to be accurate, so the first thing I'm going to do is center my snowflake. Decide how you want it. Maybe you want this at the point. I wanted kind of even on all sides. So first thing I want to do is I'm going to grab any Scrabble piece, and I want to find my middle. So I have the middle right here and the middle right there. There you go. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the L, because that is in the center. So you just decide how big or how small, how far away you want these. And I decided to use this glue stick right here. And that is going to be my spacer in between all the letters. When I put it on the wreath, it just seems like something is missing. All right, you guys, and we are ready to attach. All right, What I like to do is fold it this way. I have my wreath ready to be assembled and almost done. I'm so excited. All right, just wiggling my little threads here. And I'm going to do it to let me see here. I'm just tying it to the first and second ring. And as always, I start out really loose, just in case it doesn't look right when you actually attach, or maybe you're pulling too tight on one side. So just do it loose for now. We can always tighten it up and then see how it looks. So I'm going to be using the Dollar Tree mesh, but I'm going to be using a method where we loop it around. And so just as comparison, this is the Dollar Tree mesh that we have, and this is 5 yards and 21 inches. So originally I was just going to do this where basically all together we have 21 inches right here. And all of these are also 5 yards. I don't know if you're going to be able to tell, but it's 5 yards right there, just like this. So it should be enough to go all the way around. But because the mesh is thinner and I want this to be full without putting much ribbon in between, just for it to have this beautiful look. And so I decided to use 2 silver and 2 white for this wreath. Now let's do the basics. We have 6 sections. Each section is going to have 3 of these chenille wires. And here's how we're going to do it. I'm going to use 1 section. The first chenille is going to go in between 1 and 2, and it's going to go straight in the middle. And I'm just going to give it 2 little twists. Even 1 twist will do. Here's number 2, and it's going to go on loop 3 and 4, and then 1 on this side. Okay, so here's what I got. Here's 1 section. We have 1 in the 1, 2, and then 2 in the 3, 4. And I'm going to go all the way around doing the same thing. Now I'm going to open all 4 of these up and just stretch them out on my table. So I have them in order: silver, white, and white. Bring them together. I'm going to put it inside one of my middle silver ones, and I'm going to zip tie it to the second from the inside loop. I just sleep better at night when I know that my wreaths are nice and secure, and this first loop and the last loop that you make are the most important. So I always want to make sure that it's nice and tight. I'm just going to cut this off. I'm going to cut the tail. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on the inside first. So here are my 8, and the white ones are my 10 right here. What I decided to do is more of 9. For some reason, I'm very worried that it's not going to be enough. So I'm going to make 9-inch loops. Starting from where my mesh is right here, I'm going to make sure that the loop is going to be right here. So it's facing, like I can cup my hand in it, meaning it's like this. So I just keep it like this. Measure out my 9 inches, loop it like this, and go in between the next inside one. Give it 2 nice twists. Okay, next loop right here. I have my 9 inches. You can do 10, but I just felt like doing 9 just to make sure that we have enough. And I'm going to give it 2 twists right here. 1 and 2. Okay, now I'm at the beginning where I started. I'm going to go right on top of where I was. Finish off my loop right here. Make it nice and tight. I'm going to go to the one that's on the same section and just to the second one right here. Let's measure out the next 9 inches. I'm just bringing it together, and I'm going to loop it on the one that I started going down with. And then I'm going to take this tail, feed it through the 4th and 3rd. Here's my tail, and I'm going to zip tie it to the 3rd loop from the inside. Isn't this nice and clean? Cut up the excess. I'm going to open up all of my little loops and just undo them like this. For the ribbon, we are going to do something different. We are going to use this buffalo check from the Dollar Tree. And instead of our usual 12 inches, we're going to do 10 for this. I'm going to measure off my 10, and then I'm going to keep on going until I'm done with the spool of the ribbon. I'm just going to cut ducktails right away on both of these together. Now we're going to grab this silver netted ribbon from the Dollar Tree. Also do 10 inches. Okay, so here's how we're going to do it. One is going to go straight. The other one is going to go a little cross. And then this one's going to go on top. Then we are going to prepare any ornament, and we obviously need 18 sets like this. So what I do is I start, instead of just putting them together, and you know, different people do it differently, I'm going to bring it together right here. There you go. This way we kind of make a little bow, and it's crisscrossed, and it's going to be beautiful. Let's go to the center. We're going to put it in. On one of the chenille wires, put the ornament, feed it through, and then hide both of the chenille wires in the back. Twist them, secure them, and you're all done. Now we just have to play around with it when we're all done and make it all pretty. A little bit of sparkle from the silver ribbon. How gorgeous is this? And we're just going to go around the whole wreath doing this. Okay, so this is the wreath right now, and I felt like this is more than enough. I did not want to put anything else on there. I'm just trying to basically just make everything pretty and have everything stand out, what needs to stand out, and you know, kind of just play with it and make it look pretty. Started on our Magnolia leaf wreath, we're going to need a few things. So the first thing we're going to need is some sort of a wreath form. This is a Dollar Tree wreath form that we're all familiar with, and I'm actually repurposing this one because we are going to be covering it with paper. You could have one that's, you know, a little damaged or, you know, previously used for another season. And then I do have a book that I'm going to be repurposing, and this is a diet book, so I thought this was very appropriate way to use a diet book, especially a diet that didn't work for me. Now I'm going to get started by, this is just a cardstock, one of those, you know, like a notebook kind of, you know, cardstock that holds like a notebook shape or something. So any really cardstock you want to use. And I have a Magnolia leaf, but for this particular wreath, I thought it's way, way, way too big. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trace it and then just kind of make it smaller. To make a smaller one, I'm just going to trace about 1/2 inch in, and I think that'll make a really good size. And then we're gonna cut it off. We really don't need that little point, so I'm going to cut it off right there. So this is the original size, and this is the one that I cut off. So it is about almost 2 inches wide, like it's 1 3/4 inches. And then here I'm going to cut it off at 3.5 inches. I'm just going to grab a knife and start cutting the pages. Now I'm just going to be tracing and cutting out all these leaves. I have all my beautiful leaves right here, and I'm also getting some Elmer's glue, and I'm just going to pour some in a little cup. I have a little brush, you don't need a big one. And what I'm going to do is just 2/3 of the leaf. I'm just going to put the Elmer's glue on, some of this glitter, and I'm going to put the glitter on there. And I have a little leaf. Look how pretty this is going to be. And I'm just going to let it dry. I'm going to cut a few sheets into little strips. And I'm making about 1-inch strips. Okay, I have this all in paper. Now, here are the leaves. I don't know why they are making me so happy. If you want to make sure the glitter is not going to go anywhere, you could put some Mod Podge on it, but that is up to you. As you can see, they did curl up. If you look them this way, they curled up like this. But when you're putting them on the wreath, they'll straighten out. So that's okay. Don't worry about that part. And I'm just going to start hot gluing them. And I'm not going to keep them like in a straight line. I want them to be kind of sporadic here and there.
Whatever happened to the rest of the year?
Alright, keeping in the Christmas spirit, I figure since we have all these beautiful glittered leaves, I'm going to use this ribbon, and this is from the Dollar Tree, and it has this little kind of like shimmer, and they go really nicely together. And let me see here, I want a pretty long tail, so you can always make it shorter, you can't make it longer. And I'm going to make a sweet little bow, not too big, and I'm making a simple bow. Just a dab right here, tiny dab right there, and bring it together. There you go. This is one of these ribbons you do want to seal with singeing, and I'm just going to singe the edge really, really quickly. Then I'm just going to cut a little piece for the center.
Window shopping, listening to the sound from some street.
I found a spot in my wreath. Where was it? Oh, here. I left it kind of bare so I can put the ribbon right here, and I don't want it too long. And I'm just going to hot glue it to the back. Today's Wreath Wednesday, we're starting with a 14-inch metal wreath form from the Dollar Tree, 24 pipe cleaners, and these are 12 inches, and also 5 rolls of the green Deco mesh from the Dollar Tree. So I'm going to divide this in 3. Since this is 12 inches, you're going to need 4-inch strips, and that's going to be plenty for what we need. Now let's go over the basics of our Deco mesh. Our Deco mesh is 6 inches in width and 5 yards in length. And what we're going to do is we're going to cut our Deco mesh into 12-inch strips. That's going to give us 15 bows per roll. This wreath form consists of 6 even sections. We are going to be doing 12 of the little bows in each section, so 12 times 6 gives us 72 bows. If we're going to use 5 of these rolls, we're going to have 75 bows, so that's more than enough, giving you 3 left over that you can put anywhere you want. I'm going to start cutting, and I like to use this rotary cutter. You can use whatever you want. You can use scissors, and here we go, just 12-inch strips, all 5 rolls. When you cut the Deco mesh, it kind of tends to curl up on its own. So I just let it curl and I just kind of wiggle my fingers right here until it is overlapping about an inch, inch and a half. You really don't want to go any further than that. I'm going to hold it on top, bring it down, smack in the center. With one hand, I'm going to be keeping it nice and tight on top right here. With the other hand, I'm going to just walk it up right where it's overlapping. Then I'm going to turn my bow over. This is my smooth end, or it's going to be our top end. So I'm going to grab my chenille wire, fold it in a little V, and then put it right here so that when we're tying our chenille wire, we're tying it in the back where all that little fraying is and it's hiding. So on top, nice, smooth, absolutely zero fraying, and all the endings are either right here and is kept really tight with my chenille stem, and then on the inside of the bow right there. So you can't even see it because it's on the inside. And that is it. Our bow is ready to go. Grabbing another strip, I'm just walking my little strip until I get to about an inch to an inch and a half overlapping. Bring it down, hold it tight with the other finger, overlapping, and we're just going to bring it together. Grab my chenille wire, make it into a V. There you go. And this is my smooth end. This is the center of my little pipe cleaner. And this is the back. We're going to give it 2 tight twists. It is good to go, a perfect little bow. By the time I'm done making the bows, this one over here, look at this. Look at this, he thinks it's funny. Do you want to play with the bows? All right. As soon as I get this guy off, and I feel so bad because look, he thinks he's having fun. I'm so sorry, little one. But yeah, you gotta go, honey. All right, that was so hard to do because he's so dang sweet. I got my wreath form. I got all my sweet little bows, and there's a little bit more on the sides here. Everything didn't fit in here. Now it's time to put our little bows onto our wreath form. If you don't have enough, I have done these wreaths where I had basically 3 of these rolls, fill in 4 of these, and I'll insert that video in the description box, and it works so well. But this time we have plenty of ribbon, plenty of our bows, so we're going to do 6 and 6 and fill this up really nicely, and it's going to look like a green Christmas wreath. For this wreath, I'm going to be using row 2 and 3. Row 2 right here. And I just like to zigzag them because of the way they fit. And I'll just go 2, 3, 2, 3, and then it'll start filling in nicely. Just keep on going. And here is only one section, just one little section. Look how full and fluffy it is. And then in the back, that's why I keep them at 4 inches, because they're enough to make the little bows and to put them around, because otherwise what are you gonna do? So I just kind of bend them in half in the back, just in half, and then fold them back. I'm all done, and look how clean that is. Nice and clean, nothing sticking out, nothing scratching. This is beautiful and full. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take the rest of my pretty bows and start filling in the rest of my sections. Now we're ready to decorate. I'm grabbing these branches, and they have red berries with some white kind of snow frosted going on. And I'm going to be putting them on top, but I'm going to work kind of upside down just because I find it easier to work. And first I'm going to see if any of my branches going a certain way. For example, I feel like this one is going this way, so I'm going to put it on one side of my wreath. This one I kind of feel like it is going the other way. So I'm going to put it here. All right, I overlap them right here. Bend them until they're overlapping. You don't want too much space, maybe 3 inches here. And then grab some floral wire. This is just to bring it together. The way I'm going to attach is I'm going to go in between my branch, going in, going down, right here, between another one, giving it a few twists, and then this part is going to get attached to the wreath form. Same thing here, come through the branches. And now I'm going to attach. Don't pull too hard. And I'm going to attach right here at the intersection where you see that bar going up and down. And then from both sides of it. So you have a nice lock right there. And then same thing on the other side. Now that that's attached, this middle part is going to get attached with our bow. Let's measure the tail we want, and I want a fairly long tail. And I'm just making a simple bow with really long tails. And the way I bring these together so they're nice and clean is we're going to fold it in, and then both sides we're going to fold back in half and back in half. That way it makes for a very beautiful and clean bow. A little wire here. Just give it a twist. Now I'm going to go around this bar right here. And this is the way I'm going to attach both florals one more time and then our bow. After this, make sure you move the bows around to cover things up that you want covered. I'm trying to keep this wreath very natural, so I'm grabbing more berries. Now, you can definitely sneak some berries from here because there's plenty that are kind of in the back. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off a little section and put it right in the middle of the bow. You don't need much of it. And we're just going to hot glue it straight to the bow right there. As I was done with the wreath, I just felt like it needed more loops. So I'm grabbing the same ribbon, approximating the loops, and I'm just going to add them in. I'm overlapping about 1.5 inches. I'm going to fold in, fold out, grab a piece of floral wire. There you go. Make sure the wire's in the middle. So just, that's what I do to check. There you go. Twist, twist. And then I'm kind of going to sneak it in behind our branch. And then I'm going to add more berries. Today we are making a gorgeous wreath that I found on Etsy for $139.99, and I'm going to make it basically for next to nothing. I have some left over. This is the spring greenery from the Dollar Tree. This is pine cones. This one is from the Dollar Tree, and the rest were picked. This is Trash to Treasure. This, I don't even know how old these little guys are. And then these little bundles I found at Joann Fabrics, and they were $2.99, and I believe I got them either at 80 or 90% off. Next, you will recognize this from the Dollar Tree. The ring is from the Dollar Tree, and then the magnolias that I'm using I got also on a huge discount. I'll throw in a video here. And this was $14.99, and then I got the discount from Michael's. To get started, I'm going to frost up a few things. Since these are frosted, I'm going to put them on the side. I'm going to pick the magnolia leaves because I want to frost them up just a little bit with some sparkles. These I'm going to also frost up just a tiny bit. They are a light green, but I want to just put a little bit of white shimmer on them and just throw glitter on top of that, because this is going to be a very elegant wreath. These guys I'm not going to touch, so I'm going to put these on the side. And then these I am going to frost up a little bit also with some paint and then glitter. As you see, a little paw over here. He's gotta be close. I actually like the fact that the paint I'm using is pretty dry, because I kind of want that effect of just a little bit. I don't want it to be too much. If you're working with fresh paint, I would just kind of brush against something and then on the leaf. Okay, you could do this one of two ways. You can start with the flowers or you could start with the greenery. I decided to start with the flowers, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stick the 5 flowers just like they have 5 there. We're making a version of that wreath. You can always hot glue it later. So now we have a beginning. Now all we have to do is start gluing the leaves, the greenery, and filling this up. Now I'm just putting a dab of hot glue, and then my gorgeous magnolia is right in there. If you feel the leaf is falling a little bit, turn it around, give it some hot glue on top, let it cool, and you just formed a little bit of a bridge right there. Just let it cool, let it sit there, let it cool, and that's it. Your leaf will stand up. Because I'm limited on these, I'm just spreading them throughout, because I want to make sure to get some in the middle too. Okay, so this is what we're looking like so far. It looks sparse, but that's all right. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get this greenery from the Dollar Tree, and it's the Fern. And it has this white stuff on it and this gorgeous, gorgeous sparkle. I start just taking it apart because they do have, see, like these 2 bundles. So I'm going to take those. I'm leaving about a 2-inch tail right there. I'm hot gluing this piece of fern, and then I'm going to grab one of these and I'm going to hot glue it right on top. And now you're going to start to see the picture of how the wreath is going to look like. Now I'm bringing more of these and I'm going to fill up any like naked areas. Here's a little piece right here. I'm going to put it this way. I'm just looking behind, making sure that it's filled all throughout. Now I'm just going to put my little pine cones here and there. To finish up this wreath, I will be using these pretty little picks from Joann Fabric, and I got these on a huge discount, so not so bad, but originally they were $2.99. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put them behind anywhere that I see empty spaces, but I want to put them behind the florals, because I feel like the space behind the florals is empty. So I'm just going straight into the greenery, and I'm going on an angle, and I'm just going to kind of do the same thing. Here is my flower, and I'm going to insert it around there because of the length of the picks. I'm just inserting them. There you go. This one went straight and didn't come out anywhere. And I'm just spreading it out where I feel like it would go. So I'm going to say that this wreath is under $7 with everything that I put in here. So not bad at all. And I'm just going to adjust it here and there. And that's it. I think it turned out absolutely stunning.
Before starting on the wreath, I knew my home sign needed a few coats of white paint. This is an old home sign that I had in my stash, and it was this dark navy blue, so I gave it a good 3 coats of white acrylic paint. Here is this fluffy, beautiful scarf that I absolutely loved, but you know, it was time to move on. And I'm just going to pin it to my little foam wreath that I got at the Dollar Tree, and then just start going around and around the wreath. After fluffing my wreath out, I decided to embellish it with a little bow, and I'm making the bow out of grosgrain ribbon that I had on hand, and this is 1-inch ribbon. And so I made the big one, which is going to be the white one, and then just used a paper clip to hold it together while I got my second one going. And the second one is going to be a gray one, and I did the same thing, a simple little bow, and then I put it on top of the white bow. And to finish off our bow, I will be using a polka dot bow that I got at the Dollar Tree, out of all places, right? And it's so cute, and I just used it as my top bow. Then I brought all my bows together using a chenille wire, because that is what I will be using to attach the actual bow to my wreath. Next, I'm working on the tail, cutting off some excess ribbon, and then singeing the edges of the ribbon. To cover the middle of the bow, I just cut off a little piece of that polka dot ribbon, and I'm just hot gluing the ends to the back of the bow. I wanted to share a few tricks about working with grosgrain ribbon, because grosgrain ribbon is a tough ribbon, but when you're trying to make this beautiful bow, there are some things that you might want to do. For example, here I am, I just pushed down one of the tails and I hot glued in the back how I want that tail to stay. I will be doing this to all the tails, and also where I want my bow to stand up. You could definitely dab a little bit of hot glue right behind the bow so you can place it in the way that you want it. To attach my home sign to my wreath, I'm just attaching 2 pieces of chenille wire to the back of my home sign. After a little bit of hot glue tweaking, I think this bow turned out super cute and super easy. Anyone can do this bow. Now you can attach it anywhere you want on the wreath along with the home sign. All the supplies we're going to be using today are from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to start with this foam wreath, and then a pack of potpourri, and also cotton balls. For both of these projects, I did use 2 packs of cotton balls. Now I'm simply hot gluing the cotton balls to the front, the sides, and the inside of my foam wreath.
Look at this. All the sides, I made sure there was no green. It looks absolutely beautiful. Now for this part, I'm going to be taking all of these that kind of look like these curly cues kind of, and I'm going to be breaking them apart, putting them on and just breaking them because I want to make sure that I have enough. That's why I'm doing that. And I'm just throwing some hot glue right on the edge, and it's going in wherever I feel like it needs it. If there's any areas that will kind of like peek through like this, decided to stretch this open, and I have a little half a puff of cotton, and I'm just going to insert it right there. I think this is going to be absolutely stunning. All right. Look how perfect this is to work as a cotton bulb. So pretty, so cute. Okay, you guys, what do you think? So I put a little ribbon right here just to know where I was going to put the original ribbon. And so I'm going to take this off in a second. But before I do that, I decided to use this burlap ribbon, and it does have the wire in it. So I'm just going to do that simple bow. Going to hot glue these guys together really, really lightly. Then grab another piece. And then here where I have my little blue ribbon, that's where I'm going to come in with my little, with the rest, I guess, with the rest of the ribbon. And I really don't want it too long, so I'm going to cut it off. And then I'm just going to hot glue the bow in place. I'm going to be transforming these Dollar Tree wall hangings into some high-end beautiful decor for your home. Now we're going to get started on the hat. Alright, now that I removed everything extra from the hat, I'm going to grab a scarf. This is one of these long scarves from the Dollar Tree. And then I'm going to use this faux fur muffler, also from the Dollar Tree. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take these apart. I took all the scarves apart, and this one does have a backing on it. I usually just save it for covering DIYs, you know, the back when it's like ugly. We're going to start with the red, and all I'm doing is just putting it over. Come as close as you want to the edge right here, and then hot glue it in the back. I kept all the garland because it just gives it a good cushion, and we're using the same color as the color in the back, so it really doesn't matter. Now we're going to do the bottom of the hat, and what I'm going to do is just start with a little bit of hot glue, and I'm going to actually put the fluff side down right here. The reason I want to do that is when you're going to turn it over, it's going to give it like that poof right there on top, and it's going to look really natural and beautiful. At the bottom, it's not that necessary, so at the bottom, we're just going to turn it over and hot glue it on the other side. Just kind of keep it loose. Don't pull it too tight. And now just hot glue the sides in place. On top of the hat, I'm going to grab the pom-pom that was on the end of the red scarf. Give it a generous amount of hot glue. And just stick it to the top right there. For an easy way to decorate the hat, you could just hot glue a pick, something like this. Or maybe one of these picks, and just hot glue it in place. To decorate this, I'm going to grab some branches that I have on hand, and these are just vintage branches from an old tree that my mom took apart a long time ago, and I just painted it white for a previous project a while ago. And I'm just going to be using these. For a similar version, you can definitely use these from the Dollar Tree. These are so cool because they have that plasticky look, and when you put paint over them, that's kind of what they're gonna look like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have some branches coming here, and then I'm going to do the centerpiece right there. Dollar Tree has so many beautiful poinsettias, And I think this one would look so pretty right there. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this bottom off. I cut the little thing off, but when you do that, make sure you go right there and hot glue the actual flower to the greenery. And I'm gonna do that on both sides. And there you go. To hang it, I'm just going to grab a piece of jute cord and tie it off in the back right here. To get started on our stocking, I'm going to take all of this stuff off. We're only removing the red part of our stocking because we're going to put burlap on here, so we need to brighten this area up. But here we're just gonna keep the white because what we're doing is we're covering this with white. Next, I'm going to go around and get rid of these little things that are sticking out. Now that our stocking is nice and clean, I'm going to put 2 layers of this quilt filling, and I'm just going to hot glue it to the back here. Now it's time to add my burlap. You can use whatever burlap you have on hand. I'm just going to use this burlap sack right here, and I'm going to hot glue it first kind of in place and then cut it because otherwise it's going to fall apart. And I'm going to do 2 layers because the padding of the stocking is going to show through if you don't do 2 layers. And I'm cutting about 1 inch all the way around. Now I'm grabbing a piece of this Dollar Tree Infinity scarf and I'm going to put it right here. And at the bottom, I always like to hot glue with the fur down so it's a smooth look. Look at this. Isn't that beautiful? On the edge right there. And I'm just going to hot glue it in place in the back. To decorate our stocking, I'm going to grab some of this Dollar Tree frosted fern. And what I want is I want a few of these kind of hanging down. We're going to put them in different heights too. The middle one I want to be the longest. This one a little shorter and this one a little shorter. And as you can see, I have a little sidekick over here supervising me, making sure I'm doing everything correctly. Thank you, Leo. Where would I be without you? All right, just very simple. I'm not doing anything extravagant here. And then I'm going to fill in with these. I'm going to cut some of these down and these are going to face up. I want it to cascade really nicely here, and I'll come back to these if I have to. But in the center, I'm going to put some pine cones. Now, these I bought like this. They are just basically painted on the edges with a little bit of white paint. This is perfect as it is. Just add a little bit right here to fill it in. But I do have to incorporate some red in my project. So I'm going to grab some of these berries and I'm just going to throw in a few of them. To get started on the candy cane, the first thing I'm going to do is basically remove everything on it, including this bow. And now I'm going to go around the edges and just using my wire cutter, get all of those little things that are sticking out and get rid of them. All right, now I have my candy cane nice and smooth on the edges. I'm grabbing this shop towel. This is from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to use these towels to cover my candy cane. I'm just gonna cut it in half. This is going to be the background, so no need to be very careful with it and whatnot. I'm going to fold the towel in two and start wrapping it around my wreath. I used up 2 towels for the candy cane, and you have 3 left over to wash the floors or something. Now I'm grabbing this 2.5-inch ribbon from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to start rolling it around our candy cane. But first I'm going to kind of leave a little bit on here so that I can tuck it in later. Try to keep these kind of on the even side. Okay, now that our candy cane has all that red, I'm grabbing some grosgrain ribbon and I'm going to wrap it around all of these lines so they're not even going to be shown. I do try to use the hot glue in the back as much as I can. To decorate our candy cane, I'm grabbing the 1.5-inch grosgrain ribbon from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to do a layered bow. And I'm hoping we're going to just have a cute little decor. Right there, made a simple bow, that I hot glue. Then I'm going to grab this ribbon. This was also from the Dollar Tree. We don't want to make it too small or too big. Just hot gluing it right on top. Grabbing another piece of the red ribbon. It's going to get covered up. Otherwise, if you were to do just a ribbon without a centerpiece, I would use a white ribbon for this part. With grosgrain ribbon, you kind of have to control the tails. And, you know, here you could see that we want them to actually go down just a little bit because they're sticking out to the sides just a little too much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go in the back of one of my tails, right there in the corner. Just give it a little bit of hot glue. And then you're going to push it down and hot glue that in place. And as you can see, the one I glued down is going down and this one is going to the side. So I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing in the back of it, dollop of hot glue and push it down. Next, I'm going to grab these foam scatters and I'm going to grab one white snowflake and I'm going to hot glue it in the middle. Last, I'm just going to cut the tails on an angle. To get started on this little ornament, the first thing I'm going to do is just start removing everything, and the easiest way to do it is, well, it's best to find the beginning of it, but then on the sides here, all you have to do is really just kind of pull it on the sides because they're being held by these little tabs. Now it's time to cover this ornament. I'm going to be using the loft batting. This is basically the stuff they use to make quilts. If you don't have something like this on hand, just use any fleece fabric or Dollar Tree blankets or scarves and you can get the same effect. Before I get going, I'm going to use some wire cutters and get rid of all these little pegs that held the little garland in place. I got 2 layers of the padding here and I just cut a square out and I'm going to put my little topper at the top, and of course we're going to turn this upside down so it kind of stands like a plate, and I'm just going to start hot gluing starting from the top. After I got my 4 corners, I'm just going to bring in all the sides. Next, I got some tulle, and I'm going to fold it into 4. So there's 4 layers on top of my little ornament. And I usually get these on clearance at Joann Fabric or sometimes at Walmart. So just look out for those in the clearance sections. You can find some really pretty ones. All right, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to have my little corner so that my topper is covered with one of the corners. And then we are just going to flip this and just hot glue it in the back. All right, my ornament is all covered, and now I'm going to grab my favorite greenery from the Dollar Tree, and this is this fern that's covered in white, and it has a little sparkle to it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off the vines, and I'm starting by hot gluing these long ones, and I'm kind of pointing towards the center. Here we're going to have a bow that's going to cascade, so it's going to cover all those tips. Now I got my little branches, and I'm going to hot glue those in place. Now for the bow, I'm going to be using this 1.5 inch grosgrain ribbon from the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to make just a sweet little simple bow. Dab a little hot glue. Then I'm grabbing a red grosgrain ribbon. And this one is also from the Dollar Tree and 5/8 inch. Making a smaller bow to put right on top. Now I'm going to overlap the smaller one over the bigger one. We're going to fold in, fold out, so it like stands out really nicely. Here you can grab a floral wire, or I'm just going to grab a piece of a pipe cleaner just to bring it together. Next, I'm just grabbing some white grosgrain ribbon, and this is the 5/8 inch, and I'm just going to use it for the middle here. Now I'm just cutting the corners here. You can also cinch the edges if you like. I decided not to. And we're going to hot glue it in place. I feel like we need some more greenery here. To hang this ornament, I'm just looping a piece of jute cord and tying it off in the back. Coffee filter wreath, we're going to need a few basic things. Of course, we're going to need our coffee filters, a wreath form, hot glue gun, and of course, hot glue sticks. Let's go over the specifics on those. As far as your coffee filters, it depends how big your wreath form is. You're going to need anywhere from 200 to 500 and even more if you're using a really big wreath form. As far as the wreath form, this wreath form is from the Dollar Tree. This is the most common one at the Dollar Tree. It's 9.8 inches or 24 centimeters. And there is one really important thing you want to remember before we start making this wreath is this wreath form has a coated layer. It's a layer that protects the foam and kind of makes it stronger. And the most important thing when using a hot glue gun on this wreath form is you want to make sure that you're using a low temperature glue gun. Here's the reason why. If you're using a high temperature glue gun, there's a chance you're going to penetrate this kind of surrounding protective layer. And once you pass that, you're not going to be able to glue anything because it's basically thick foam. But the only way to hot glue to this wreath form is actually on this protective layer using a low temperature hot glue gun. Now, if you're wondering if you have a low temperature or a high temperature one, here's a great way to know. If you don't have any settings on it, and it's a cheap little thing from Michael's, this one's $5 from Michael's, this is a low temperature hot glue gun. If you have a hot glue gun that has settings on it, low and a high, you just go to the low and it's going to be the same heat as this one. Today I'm going to be using the Gorilla hot glue sticks. This is not sponsored. This is what I recommend all the time because this is what's actually going to stick and hold. Now let's get started on making our little ruffles here. The reason I have my measuring mat is to show you how big my filters are. And these are almost 10 inches. So let me just fold these really quickly in half. There you go. So almost 5 inches, so 9 3/4 in length. So these are pretty standard. Okay, to get started on this, there's a few ways to fold our little ruffles. A lot of people fold them in half, then fold them in half again, and then they'll either fold them in half again, or they'll curl it. Whatever you want to do is fine. And some people, when they fold it like this, they'll just kind of do a little fold in the middle right here, and that is how they're going to hot glue it and go all the way around. You can definitely do that. Today I'm going to what I call is a fun method. So when you have your coffee filter, you kind of find your center, and what I like to do is I find my middle. When I find my middle, all I do is I bring one side in to the center, the other side to the center, find my middle and kind of squeeze it. When I found my middle, squeeze it, I kind of start turning it. And I make this kind of like a little leaf right here. And this is what I'm going to attach. The reason I do this is I call this kind of lazy method and a fun method, because you can definitely do this with your kiddos, with your grandkids. Look at this. I fold it in half. I bring one side in. I bring the other side in. Very nice. It still has the ruffle. Then I kind of crunch it in the middle right here. And then with this one, I'm just trying to kind of flatten it out to make a little petal and twisting it. Did you see how I twisted it just a little bit? That way, this is all secure, and when I hot glue it, it's not gonna go anywhere. When it's going to be pushed against some other ones, see how it is? Bam, we already have one forming. And I'm just going to continue doing this. There you go, ruffle, ruffle, middle. And I'm just going to kind of flatten and twist at the same time. You see one hand is going one way, the other one's going the other way. And then I'm going to bend it up, because this is the part where we're going to hot glue it. Fold it in half, or find your middle somehow. There you go. Bring it up, kind of squeeze in the middle, and just kind of, there you go. And you're gently kind of twisting, because you don't want to really torque it, because you're going to rip the actual paper right here. So that's why I'm just gently kind of torquing, and then bam. That's it. Find my center, bring it in, find your middle, with the other hand kind of hold it, and kind of twist as I'm going along. And I'm just kind of, the reason I keep on doing this is as it's going around, you're crunching all of that. There you go. And then you just kind of sit it up and do like a 90-degree right here. And this is fun. Don't you think this is fun? I think it's fun. So I'm going to go ahead and just keep on making my little bundles right here. And just twist, twist, twist. And a 90-degree angle. All right, my friends, now it's time to protect your little fingers. And I get these finger protectors at the Dollar Tree. They come 3 for $1. Really, really nice. All right. I have some of these. There's so many of them. I basically have 2 boxes of these. I'm not quite sure how many I have, but here we go. I'm going to start, and the way I go is basically we're going to go in kind of these loops right here, starting in the middle. And do you see it doesn't go through this upper layer of the foam right here? And we're just going to start hot gluing them. Every other layer I'm going to go in between. Here's what I mean. I have 1, 2, 3. Then this next layer is going to be right on top pretty much. 1 and 2. And then again we're going to go 1, 2, 3. And then again 1, 2. So I have 1, 2, 3 here. Next, I'm going to move about half an inch down or a little smaller, and then 2 right there in between. As I'm making this wreath, I had to stop and just kind of take a moment to take in how absolutely stunning this is. Any holiday. I mean, really, you put an orange ribbon, you have fall. You put a pink one and you have spring or yellow, you know. You put a red one, you got Valentine's or Christmas. And it is so absolutely stunning. If you're coming to an area where there's nowhere to put the actual petal, the actual part right here, so what I do is I actually fold it up, just hot glue it up, and then hot glue the ending and just stick it in place. And anywhere you feel like it's empty or it needs a little bit more, which using the method I've been using, I don't feel like I need to fill anywhere in. You can't see the green wreath, nothing like that. To hang the wreath, you can do one of few things. You can just grab a ribbon, and for winter, this would be pretty. Just put it through here. There you go. And just hot glue it on itself and just hang it like that, and it'll be so pretty. I want this to be floating, so I'm going to go in the back. I'm just going to pick a spot, and I'm going to grab a thick gauge wire here and just go through the center of my wreath form. Cut it off, and then I'm going to twist once, and then what I like to do is the left one will go to the right one will go to the left, and then continue twisting, and that'll lock it in place. And I'm just going to turn it around so all that mess is on the inside. And if anything's sticking out, what I do is just I literally poke it straight into the wreath. And then right here, I'm going to give it a little bit of hot glue just to kind of seal it in place, because that's what it's going to be hung on. And on the other side, just seal all that wire in place. Let it cool. I'm going to give this top one a little twist. There you go, and that is how I'm going to hang it with that little loop. As you can see, my hot glue has dried right there. And now I'm going to do one more step, but look at this wreath. You do not have to. You could leave it just like it is. And just, oh, how beautiful. What I want to do is I want to grab some rose gold. I'm going to be using the rose gold by Craft Smart here. Give it a little shake there. Then I'm going to grab a shabby brush. Just any shabby brush is fine. And we're going to dry brush it on our wreath. So I'm going to tap it a little bit. And I don't want it to be too much. That's why I have my little towel right here in case I have too much on it. And we're going to just kind of brush it like this. It's going to have a little rustic feel to it, but depending on how the light is going to hit it, it's going to glisten a little bit because of the gold that's in this color. And I'm doing it very lightly. No pressure, nothing. Just very, very lightly. So here is the wreath with my rose gold, and here it is without. But it just brings out those curls and those ruffles, and it looks so absolutely beautiful.
For this wreath, I'm starting off with a 9.8-inch foam wreath form from the Dollar Tree, and also 2 rolls of this yarn. The yarn we're going to be wrapping around the wreath form is going to be this beautiful light sage green. And the first thing I'm going to do is just tie it in place. If you feel more comfortable, you can just dab a little bit of hot glue to keep it in place. And then I'm going to start wrapping it around, and I'm going to be wrapping it around in a smooth manner. For this wreath, because we're going for that yarn look, you can definitely do it kind of in a sloppy way, and it's going to be absolutely beautiful. Just make sure that you cover all of that foam wreath. For this next part, I'm going to grab a few of these 2-inch spheres and then 1.4-inch spheres. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to start wrapping these to make it look like balls of yarn. And I'm going to do a few of the sage ones and also a few of the white ones. It's up to you how many you want of each color. Because the whole wreath is more of a sage, I decided to do more of the white than the sage colors. And for the maximum cuteness effect of this wreath, I'm going to grab some wooden beads, and these are 16 millimeters. And I'm also going to wrap some yarn around these so they look like small little balls of yarn. And now you can hot glue the yarn in any way you want, whether you want it on the left, on the right, maybe only at the bottom or only on top. That is up to you. As long as you secure the actual spheres in the back versus the front so that the hot glue doesn't show in the final product. And of course, I highly recommend start by adding the big spheres, then the medium, and finish off with the small ones. To make the bow, I'm grabbing a sage green and white grosgrain ribbon, and I'm just going to do 2 simple bows, layer them, and hot glue them to the top of the wreath. I started with the white bow because my wreath is sage, and then made my sage green bow just a little bit smaller, hot glued it to the top of my white one, then grabbing some white yarn, I wrapped it around the center and hot glued it in the back, and then I'm hot gluing my beautiful bow to the top of my wreath. To hang the wreath, I'm just going to grab some sage yarn, wrap it around my wreath, and hang my wreath.
Okay, I'm going to get started with 2 of these green wreaths from the Dollar Tree, and I'm using 2 because they are a little bit on the sparse side. Oh gosh, I guess this is the back of it. You can definitely just see all the wiring. We are going to turn that upside down, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to open one up and make it flat basically, so then I can put the second one right on top. And obviously, because this one is really sparse, you could basically see the skeleton kind of on this one. That's definitely going to be my bottom one.
Baby, this year it's just gonna be you and me. Hang by the fire and chill. Isn't this how it's supposed to be? Making our Christmas memories. Oh, and I've been longing to hold you close. Forget about everything.
Okay, the next thing I'm going to do is I have 3 pieces left of this wired garland. This one seems a little bit shorter, but I'm going to just fold this in half. And I think I'm going to get the Dollar Tree actual garland because this is, I just feel like it's not going to be enough. Okay, guys, I think it's down to this. I am grabbing the garland because it's just not enough. And I'm just going by the folds of the garland, just how it came. About 7 to 10 inches. And I just want to fill it in. There's holes. So you want, you know, this garland will actually be really nice because it's fluffy and full. Okay, that's much better. I feel like, look at this. This is already starting to look better than this. Now to work on the little houses. Look at these cute little ornaments I found at the Dollar Tree. And because they have these little tops, the first thing I'm going to do is remove all these tops. And let me just work on one so you see what I'm going to do. I'm just using chalk paint because it'll dry faster. And then we're going to bring glitter in. Now, one of the reasons that's okay to do, because look at all of this glitter going on over here. What I'm going to do is make this little part look like a chimney. And the reason I'm grabbing white is because we want to make it look like there's snow on it. And so I'm just going to go around like this really quickly, not a big deal. Bring on the glitter. What is going to make it look like a chimney is I'm going to grab a piece of cotton and then I'm going to shove this little piece of cotton in the chimney, and it's going to look like smoke. How cute is that, you guys? I think I do want it longer though. I don't like the short one too much. Oh my goodness, you guys, this is just too cute. Look at that. We have a house and we have a little chimney with smoke coming out. I'm going to finish up all of these and come back. These little houses are cracking me up. Just take a look. So sweet and cute. I am just ecstatic. Okay, so now let's actually bring things together. I have the wreath right here, and you have a few options. You could do these Christmas trees from the Dollar Tree, and these are the green ones and then the white ones. I use these as props all the time, and I tried putting these on and it just does not work because I just feel like these are clashing in their own way, and then the white ones are kind of clashing too. They're pretty, but you need a lot of them to work, and I just have like the really tall ones and the short ones. So what you could do if you have these is kind of just do the houses right here. But because I'm doing the full wreath, I'm going to do something else. I have these florals from the Dollar Tree, and these are so easy to come off. You just pop them off, and look at these. They look like little Christmas trees. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove, because I feel like they're a little too long for the houses. I mean, some of them could be taller like that, but in most cases, I'm going to remove this bottom petal right there. And I'm going to have this sweet little Christmas tree, and it works really well with the little house.
The wonders of life got the prettiest side for everyone to enjoy. Standing up close by the Christmas tree, glimmering light, I am right where I wanna be. I will be home for a couple of days, wander around with you. You and me in the cold, thought it'd never be true. Wherever I go, I got you. Oh, I have stopped running.
Okay, looks like I have one little house left over. I didn't want it to be too crowded either, so I'm just going to continue, but I am going to hot glue the little homes. At this point, I feel like I have plenty of gold. Now I'm going to step back and start adding some cotton, and this we're just going to stick underneath the homes, and I'm just going to unwrap it a little bit, divide it in half, and just kind of fluff the half out around the edges, and I'm just going to put it underneath the home. And these have been so popular. Martha Stewart, I mean, just so many people have been doing these homes. I'm going to hot glue it on here because I feel like it's kind of hanging in the air, so that's just more secure. Look up. Oh, it's just starting to look so cute. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch this video. Even if it was skipping here and there, I completely understand that. But thank you so much for spending time with me. And if you have a favorite wreath, definitely let me know in the comments below. For now, I just wanted to express my gratitude and wish you a beautiful day. Bye-bye, my friends. Mwah.